transcripts of the proceedings in the Tlhabane Magistrate Court, and we have indeed done so, my lord. We have marked the transcript exhibit RR in brackets 1.
Okay.
We have consolidated all the proceedings into one exhibit and marked them from page 1 up to page 37.
37.
Yes, page 37, 37.
Okay.
We beg leave to hand up those proceedings. The
All right.
transcribed proceedings, we've provided copies to my learned friends.
Okay.
We've also indicated to our colleagues the dates on which there were no transcriptions, my lord.
Okay. So are you ready to proceed?
My colleague will be proceeding.
Okay, thanks.
My lord, firstly, I do confirm receipt of the transcribed records exhibit RR in brackets 1, and also a side note indicating the date when it is said that there were no digital recordings.
Yeah.
Now, further, my lord, since this is a new document and new information pertaining to the aspect that I assume my learned colleague is going to pursue in cross-examination with the witness, and we've never had an opportunity to consult with the witness pertaining to this, and being mindful as well that he's under oath, therefore we are barred from consulting with him. I'd seek a directive from the
Who
court.
says you're bad?
We can consult with him if there's not
Because
an
if
issue.
you say you're bad, then it means you'll never consult with him.
No, I mean, if he's on the stand now, can we consult with him because he's under oath?
Yeah, fine, no problem.
Okay, so then we'll
How
request.
many years do you need?
We need maybe 10 years, my lord.
Hello?
Maybe
10 years?
10 years, yes.
Fine.
My lord, it will take us 30 minutes to do that. as the
30
court
minutes?
proceeds. Yes.
Okay, come back in 30 minutes time.
Ummeli wakho uthi ufuna ukukhuluma nawe ngale ndaba yalamaphepha waseTlhabane. Yeah, so izothatha 10 minutes. reminded that he is under oath, my lord.
Escort, please. Oh, my apologies, my lord. The other accused persons are not back yet.
Hello?
The other accused persons are not back on the dock.
Yes, sir.
My lord, we see that time escaped us because there are discrepancies as well in this document that was Exhibit RR1 that was presented to us. There are two dates that are noted as the 17th of August, but if we compare with the original RR that was presented, that cannot be. So we need to clarify that aspect with the state. So because it's closer to tea time, we were suggesting that we resume at 2.
2 o'clock?
Yes.
What for?
So that we can sort this thing out with the state and then as well as further consult, because he was confused when we referred him to 2 dates of the 17th.
The prosecutor is confused.
The witness, my lord, not the prosecutor.
Yes, Mrs.
We can easily resolve that. In the second reference to the 17th, it's a clear typing error. It should be the 20th, because the prosecutor then comes on record and says today is the 20th of August 2020. So that can be easily be resolved.
So what is the other confusion? Because he's talking about 2 dates.
That's now the 17th. The type record refers to 2 days, the 17th, then the second date of the 17th, but the second date is clearly incorrect, should be the 20th.
So the next postponement is obviously the 20th.
Yes, 20th.
Mr. Rasmusipiri, what's the confusion about?
My lord, the confusion is this. We're trying to verify the veracity of this document to extract the version from him as to what transpired on this date, because he'll be tripped up in cross-examination if we are not preparing him for this particular date, what transpired on that date in relation to the version that we have previously put before we even saw this document.
Okay, let's come back at 12 then.
As the court pleases, my lord.
So we are on 12. Nisazokhuluma nabameli lapha.
certain aspects. I will start with the 24th of June 2020.
uthi kunezinye izinto afuna ukuthi zicaciswe uzoqala nge-24 zika June 2020.
On the 6th of November 2023, November 6, 2023, Sergeant Mokhane testified that Mr. Mjiako came and introduced himself as Ntanzi's lawyer, and we asked Ntanzi, and Ntanzi confirmed and produced a card similar to the one that police usually carry.
Manje ke uthi ke umnumzana uMkhani uphane ngobufakazi lana nge-6 zika November nyakenye ukuthi umnumzana uMjiyakho uye wafika kubo azazisa njengommeli wakho la ukuthi babuza wena ukuthi ngempela na ummeli wakho wena wavuma ukuthi uMjiyakho yebo ummeli wakho futhi wakhipha nekaridi elicishe elifana naleli lamaphoyisa ukuthi nali karidi ewanginika lona.
That is on page 80 of the record of that particular date.
Lobo bufakazi ke bukuyi page 80.
And then sorry, yes.
Bo uthi uyaphendula
Ngicela ngiphendelele umbuzo lo.
uthi nge-6 zika November nyakenye umnumzana uMkhani uye waphana ngobufakazi ukuthi uMjiyakho uzile wathi uyakumela ebatshela bona njengamaphoyisa bakubuza bona amaphoyisa ukuthi iqiniso nawo ukuthi uMjiyakho uyakumela kulaye ukuthi wena uye wavuma ukuthi yebo uMjiyakho uzongimela futhi wena wakhipha nekaridi lakhe likaMjiyakho.
Cha Nkosi enkantolo zange ngidibana nalo mbuzo. Futhi nalo ngisho ikhadi lakho Mjiyakho Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord, I never met that particular person, and I also do not have a card from Mr. Mjiyakho.
Mr. Mjiako produced the card
Umnumzana Mjiyakho.
to Mr. Mokhane, to Sergeant Mokhane, not you.
Oh, umnumzana Mjiyakho uye owakhipha ikaridi elibonisa umnumzana uMkhani uthi hayi ukuthi wena uwe owakhipha ikaridi. uMjiyakho uyena owakhipha ikaridi ebonisa uMkhani.
Cha Nkosi enkantolo akaze ngidibana nalanto la ngoba la uMjiyakho ngiqala ukumbona nge-24.
No, my lord, I never met such, as I only started seeing Mjiyakho on the 24th.
We are still on the 24th at Boxbeck.
Uthi yebo sisakhuluma ngalo ilanga lange-24 eBoxburg.
Yebo Nkosi enkantolo kwayilanga lami lokuqala ngimbona.
Yes, my lord, and that was the first day when I saw him.
So what is your comment regarding to what I've quoted from the record?
Manje wena uPaula uthini ngalokho umshushisi bese sekaqeda ukufunda manje lokho ukuthi uMkhani uphana ngobufakazi ukuthi uMjiyakho uthe uyakumela nawe wavuma.
Cha Nkosi enkantolo ngikwazi lokho Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord, I do not know anything about that.
This part that I've quoted to you, it was not disputed in court on the 6th of November 2020.
Le ndaba le umshushi saqeda kuyisho manje le yaka Mkhani Mjiyakho nawo ayizange iphikiswe la enkantolo ngaleso sikhathi uMkhani ephana ngalobo bufakazi.
Kosenkantolo angeke ngikwazi ukuphendula lo mbuzo ngobuza ngomshushu enkantolo ngoba ngichazile noma ngihleli lapha ziningi izinto ekhona enkantolo.
My Lord, I would not be able to comment on what the state is saying because as I am seated in the accused dock, there are a lot of things that are stated.
Now, let us just go back. At the time you testified that you were assaulted at that area in Orlando next to those ATMs, you indicated that you were poured with water. At some stage, you were bleeding through your nose.
My Lord, that's mischaracterization of evidence. The bleeding through the nose happened on the 18th at the dumping site, not at Orlando.
As the court, please. Oh. I was quoting the initial version, but let us go back to the still place where you said you were bleeding through your nose.
Asiyeke kule ndawo yeinsimbi la wena uthe uye washawa futhi wawukade uphuma umongozi.
Yebo.
Yes.
Did you have any blood stains on the clothes that you were wearing?
Kule impahla bokade uzigqokile uye watheleka igazi.
Ingakho nkosenkantolo isikipha sami ngithi impahla amathatha umabhena kube impahla amakayithathanga ngabe sikhona nama ngizokhombisa inkosenkantolo isikipha esangesiqoqa ngaphasi efabhana ngoba ijacket babe ngikhiphile ngoba ijacket le kaseyile.
That is why, my Lord, I had said my T-shirt was taken by Mabena. If he would have not taken it, I would be able to show it to the court because they had removed the jacket, which was a silky jacket.
Now, let us move to the evidence of Colonel Rapadi on the 27th of October 2023. Yes. Okay.
Asiye kubufakazi buka Colonel Rapadi la ukuthi yena uphane ngobufakazi nge-27 zika October 2023.
And this was during the court interacting with the witness.
Ingalesikhathi inkantolo yayikade ilibele imkhuluma naye.
And I'll start quoting the proceedings of the 27th of October 2023. Right on top, court, no, but I am concerned about IPID because those are the authorities, the inspectorate are the ones who investigate such a grievance in that, is that not so? And then Mr. Rapadu, that is correct, my Lord. Court, so IPID, Mr. Rapadu, but it has never reported to me, it was never reported to me, he did not complain to me about being assaulted. I even took out his clothing. I should have seen marks on his body.
Kula ukuthi inkantolo iye yamtshela ke umnumzana uRapadu ukuthi amaphoyisa laba abazimele ababizwa phecelezi iIP lamaphoyisa abazimele ayikuthi bona baye bathathe izikhalazo zeyiboshwa bese ukuthi bayaziphenya ke ukuthi kwenzakeleni. Urapha inkantolo mayithi kuye iIPD yona ukuthi yayithathe lezo ikhalazo iyozibheka ukuthi umsolwa wayekade ethini. Uraphadu yena uphendule ngokuthi inkosi yenkantolo mina angizange ngisithole leso sikhalazo futhi naye umsolwa ngengambona emzimbeni angizange ngibone la bekade elimele khona futhi naye angazi ngasithola leso sikhalazo sokuthi wayekade elimele.
Kosenkantolo akazange ngibuze lo mbuzo leyo.
My Lord, he did not ask me such a question.
Bese kuba khona lapha futhi engixaka khona makuthiwa emzimbeni ngoba akaze ngigumule phambi kwakhe nje yena.
And I also get stunned when it said that he said he had seen me on my body, whereas I have never undressed in front of him.
And then the t-shirt, I want to clarify, when you appeared before Rapad, did you have that stained t-shirt as well?
Manje njengoba wawukade ufika kuyena uRaphado, wawukade usafake lesiya skipa ebesikade sichele isitheleko igazi.
Nkosenkantolo ngiyathemba ukuthi impahla maze ngaphansi ngoba nganganazo impahla zokuthi impahla engaphansi ngigqokile kuyabanda ngigqokile kakhulu futhi.
My Lord, I believe the t-shirt was underneath as I was dressed since it was cold.
Ngeke futhi ngeke ngithi ngiyamkhombisa ngoba ngangishaba phambi kwakhe lelo langa lenga-19 azange enze next ayikho into ayenza kimi.
And I would not even have tried or started showing him that I had bloodstains since I was assaulted in front of him and he did not say anything, my Lord.
And that fact, that last line, I should have seen marks on his body, I even took out his clothing. It was not contradicted during examination by your advocate.
Manje nale ndaba le eyakhe uRaphado njengoba ethe kube ngikubonile impahla zakhe ayizange ibuzwe futhi ayizange iphikiswe ngalesikhathi yena ephana ngobufakazi la enkantolo uRaphado.
Nkosenkantolo ngicela ungawuphenduli lo mbuzo ngoba nangibuza ukuthi uyakuphi lapho yakhona nkosenkantolo.
My Lord, may I please not respond to that question because I do not know where is this question leading to.
So what you are saying now is that you appeared, I'll get back to that question, you appeared before Rapad with that bloody t-shirt.
Manje uthini uthi wena ufike kuRaphado ubokade usafake lesiya skipa ebesikade sinegazi.
Nkosenkantolo mangifike police station ngoba impahla zazi emanzi ngangigumula ngizeneka ngilale nge-tracksuit le yayingemanzi nejacket.
My Lord, because when I got to the police station, my clothes were wet. I took them off and hung them, and then I would sleep with a tracksuit that was not wet.
Mangivuka ekuseni ngiyaqonga ngoba kuyabanda angizazi ukuthi ngiyaphi ngithi ngiyobuya nina ngazi futhi.
And then in the morning I would get up and then get dressed and leave because I did not know where was I going to and when would I return.
Yes. You have not answered the question.
Uthi awumphendulanga umbuzo wakhe umshushisi. Umbuzo wakhe loyana lobe uthi kusho ukuthi wena uvele kuRaphado ubokade uqoke lesiya skipa ebesisanegazi.
Yebo zingaphansi angithi kwe-tracksuit nejacket.
Yes, the t-shirt was underneath the tracksuit and the jacket which I was wearing.
So when he says, I even took out his clothing, it cannot be true.
Manje kusho ukuthi akusilona iqiniso uma uRaphado yena ethi uye wakukhumula.
Ukhuluma iphutha nkosenkantolo.
Yes, my Lord, that is not the truth. He is mistaken on that evidence.
Did you show him the t-shirt, even though it was inside?
Nangokho lesiya skipa sasikade singaphakathi uye wambonisa sona.
Akazange athi nkosenkantolo ngigumule nje mina futhi ayikho ingxoxo ngaba nayo naye kube mhlawumbe khona ingxoxo abanayo ayo ngangiyomkhombisa nkosenkantolo.
He never instructed me to remove my clothes and show him, and there was no conversation between myself and him. If there would have been a conversation between the two of us, then I was going to be able to show him.
Okay. So that particular aspect, now the court asks any matters arising from the court's question. That's when that issue was brought about taking off the clothes. It was never canvassed with the witness.
Manje ke inkantolo ngemva kokuthi ibuze ufakazi imibuzo iyabuza inkantolo kubameli nabashushisi ukuthi ukhona umbuzo na oyingathi mhlawumbe uvele ngemva kokuthi mina inkantolo sengibuze imibuzo. Akuzange kube nommeli oye wathi inkantolo mina ngicela ukubuza nawo lo mbuzo ukuthi uvele obokade ubuzwe inkantolo ngicela ukubuza kulokho.
Nkosi enkantolo ngicela ungabaphendulela abameli mina.
My Lord, may I please not respond on behalf of the defense attorneys.
Was the t-shirt wet?
Iskipa lesiyana sasikade simanzi.
Nkosi enkantolo ngiyachaza ukuthi ikhathi bengithela ngamanzi ngafe process iskipha ngiseneke mina ngisenze so efasteleni umoya uyangena process ngiseneke ngisenze so.
My Lord, I had mentioned that when they poured me with water, when I got to the police station, I would take off the t-shirt and hang it on the window, and then it would be dry due to the wind.
And akhumbule kahle Nkosi enkantolo ngisho iskipha sasingemanzi umzimba la ngapha emhla sikhuluma ngala angangithelwa ngakhona la kimi ngaphambili asikhulumi ngomzimba wonke.
And may the court bear in mind that I do not mean the whole t-shirt being wet. The t-shirt was not wet at the back. The t-shirt was wet in front where I was poured with water.
You also indicated that you were wearing a vest underneath. Was the vest also stained with blood at some stage?
Uthe wawukade ugqoke nevest ngaphansi. Leyo vest nayo yayikade ithelwe ngegazi.
Ukube mhlawumbe iskipha seFabian isoko mawuzokhombisa ikipa zeFabian zakho kanjani lezi eyiyelo engikhuluma ngazo kodwa mawuzokhombisa ukuthi igazi maxoxa eskipeni ngeke lihlale lingayi vesteni ngaphansi ngeke lihlale lingayi.
If that Fabian t-shirt was here, I would be able to show you, whereas in explanation, if blood would be staining the t-shirt, there is no way that it would not go into the vest.
Njengoba namanje nje ngiqoka nje Nkosi enkantolo mangathelwa igazi liyangena liyakuphi le vest engifake ngaphansi emhlophe.
As even now, my Lord, I am dressed in this blue t-shirt. If I could get a blood stain, it would surely go into the white vest that I am wearing.
And even the vest, you did not show it to Colonel Rapad.
Ne vest nayo awuzange umbonise uKennel Rapado.
Nkosi enkantolo ngithi ayikho ingxoxo ngaba nalo nobaba uRaphato.
My Lord, I am still maintaining that there is no conversation that we had between myself and Colonel Rapado.
And then when you appeared in front of Mrs. Kronje, we were still wearing the same clothing.
Uma ufika kumantshi uKronje, wawukade usagqoke zona lezo impahla leziyana.
Nkosi enkantolo ngichazile kaningi lathi angenazo impahla zokushesha mina.
My Lord, I have confirmed a lot of times here in court that I did not have clothing to change.
Ingakho nje ngathi mangafuna ukuthi ngicela ukufona ngifuna ukufonela abasekhaya batshena ukuthi ngikuphi nalokuthi ngiboshiwe ngicela bethumele umuntu ozongangilethela impahla zolokho zokugqoka nento zokugeza.
And that is why upon my arrival I had asked that can I be afforded an opportunity to contact my family and inform them of my whereabouts, that I have been arrested. Can they send someone to come and give me clothes to change?
So you did not see a need to show the bloody t-shirt as well as the vest to Mrs. Kronje.
Manje naye umantshi mase sofika kuye awuzange ubone isidingo sokuthi ukhumule umbonise igazi lelibekade likule skipa lesiyana.
Nkosi enkantolo ngiyaphinda ukube umbuzo wawukhona ngangizomphendula.
My Lord, I repeat, if I was asked a question, then I was going to respond to that question.
When you made that report that you needed change of clothes as well as bath, was that not the moment to even point out the blood on your shirt as well as the vest?
Ngalesikhathi uzebe wenza lesiyasicelo sokuthi ucela ukugeza udinga nezimpahla. Bekungasisona na isikhathi ebesikade simqoka ukuthi ubabonise ukuthi ngidinga ukushintsha impahla ngenxa kokuthi lezi zigcwele igazi.
Nkosi enkantolo namanje ngiyasho kube wangibuza ngangizombonisa mina.
My Lord, I am still maintaining that if I were asked, then I was going to show them.
Ngoba nokufona kwangicela kuwe angifonanga.
Because even the call that I requested to make, I was not given an opportunity to make that call.
So you made other requests out of your own will, but this important aspect of a bloodied shirt as well as a vest, do you want to volunteer it to the magistrate?
Manje wenze ezinye icelo ebekade wena uzenzela zona. Kodwa le esemqoka yale skipa esinegazi. Awuzange ufune ukuthi ake ngibonise nomantshi ukuthi nasi skipa manje sinegazi.
Kosenkantolo ngiyaphinda mina ngiyawuphinda le answer ngithi kuyazanga ngibuzeni kube wangibuza yimi engicela usisi lo ehlele ngaphi nisithi ngicela ungisiza so. Ngisiza ngento zokugeza ungisiza ngokufuna.
My Lord, I am still repeating that I am the one that made that request to this particular lady. I have never been asked a question. I'm the one who requested from this lady.
But she did ask about you having any injuries.
Kepha uye wakubuza ukuthi kunala ulimele khona.
Akazange ngibuze Kosenkantolo.
No, my Lord, I was not asked.
Thank you. You further testify that at some stage, Gininda arrived with a gentleman in braces as well as Sergeant Mahola in a white BMW, and then Colonel Gininda opened the boot of that particular BMW and sat at the back.
Wena uye wathi uKennel Gininda uye wafika ehamba nalo bekade efake ama crossband ehamba futhi no Sergeant Mkhola la ukuthi wavula ke ibooth emuva uKennel Gininda wafika wahlala kuyo leyo booth.
Yebo.
That is correct.
And then Sergeant Mahola testified that that particular BMW, it was issued to her in 2021. What is your comment?
uSergeant Mkhola yena uthe leyo BMW unikwe yona esiphoyiseni ngo2021.
Kosenkantolo into engithanda ukukhuluma ngephoyisa. Iphoyisa lihamba ngemoto ze-state eziningi kabi. Akahambe ngemoto yodwa namanje uSergeant Mkhola akahambe ngemoto yodwa.
My Lord, what I like is that we are referring to a police officer here who is driving a state vehicle, and they change state vehicles. Even now, Sergeant Mkhola is not driving one vehicle,
Ngoba mina ngikhuluma ngento engangiyibona efika ngayo.
because I am referring to what I saw him arriving on.
And that was the testimony of Sergeant Mahola on the 20th of November 2023 on page 76, line 23-24.
uSergeant Mkhola lobo bufakazi ubwethule nyakenye nge20 zika November ukuthi yena imoto leyana uyinikwe ngo2021.
Kosenkantolo angimazi ukuthi imoto wayishona saphi. Uye wazi ngangiphendulele indaba yemoto into engayazi Kosenkantolo mina.
My Lord, I do not know where she had taken the vehicle to. I would not be able to respond on that.
Okay. Now let us move to the issue of the 3 million that was allegedly offered. Where, when and where was it offered to you?
Asikhulume ngale yamali ke i3 million
Yebo.
le ewuthi bake bathi bangakunika yona. Bekade ekuphi nini ngalesikhathi ethi uzokunika leyo mali?
Esikhathi ngisibona ngaKosenkantolo. Ngoba nakummeli wami ngasho ukuthi angisakhumbule oli ngangisePitori or kwenye i-Prestige angisayikhumbule kahle kahle.
Firstly, my Lord, I did not see the time and the police station as well. I am not certain. I did mention to my attorney as well that I do not remember which police station was I in. Whether was it in Pretoria or not, I am not sure.
It is evidence in this court that after the 19th of June 2020, you were taken to Primrose Police Station.
Bufakazi obulayo enkantolo buthi ngemva kwe19 zika June wena ubukade uyiswe esiphoyiseni sase Primrose.
Ngiyethemba nalapha phambi Kosenkantolo ngithemba ngihlala ama-Prestige 2 bengihlaliswa ngapha nangapha ngeke ngisho namhlanje ngizolala lapha kusasa ngizolala lapha. Yena ngangitshela ngalento ebhalwe yiba amaphoyisa mina ngibhalanga next.
I believe even here in court, I did mention that I have stayed in 2 police stations, but the witness showing 4 fingers, and he says he does not know which police station was he staying at.
Was it 2 or 4 police stations?
Uthini ngoba uthe ngiyathemba ngithela enkantolo ngihleli kuma police station ayi2 kodwa imino wawukade wenze kanje bewayi2 bayi-2 noma bayi-4 ama-police station.
ngithi ama-police station bengihlala kuwo Nkosi enkantolo mina ayi-4.
It's 4 police stations, my lord.
Okay, since I have the documents in front of me, let me help you. After the 19th, after the arrest at Poking, you were detained at Primrose Police Station.
Uthi umshushisi ngoba unamaphepha laphayana kuye i-taxis. Ngemva kokuthi uboshwe ePhukeng, wena uye wagcinwa estokisini ePrimrose.
And such extras of the occurrence book were I before this court as Exhibit QQ.
Bese leyo nto ebhalwe ePrimrose inikezelwe njengobufakazi buka QQ.
Yebo.
Yes.
So I want to read what the record says on the 25th of January 2024, cross-examination of Brigadier Gininda.
Uthi ufuna ukufunda into eyukuthi ikhulunywe kulonyaka nge-25 zika January ibekade kubuzwa uBrigadier Gininda imibuzo.
It will be between line 1 to line 6 on page 22. The point that I am driving to is when he was taken to Primrose, he also came in Primrose. You met him there. I think the 20th. On the 20th, they met you there. That is when you, on that day, you apologized to him. You apologized to him, Ntanzi, for having been assaulted, and that is when you made a promise to him that you can offer. May I just confirm that? I will pause there.
Manje ufunda into ebekade ikhulunywa ummeli wakho ebuza uBrigadier Gininda ukuthi uye waya kuye ePrimrose ngisho uNtanzi wafika waxolisa bese wayenza isithembiso esithize nge-20 kuNtanzi ithi ngiyohlola ukuthi uthe isithembiso bekuyisithembiso esani noma esemalini.
Yebo Nkosi enkantolo ufikile ke mba uGininda.
Yes, my lord, he did come to me.
Ngoba wayesetholile zonke lezi zinto engishayela zona ukuthi hayi akusizona Nkosi enkantolo.
Because he had already gotten information that everything that he had assaulted me for was not correct.
And then the court said, pardon, Mr. Mngomezulu, may I just confirm with the accused how much it was offered?
Bese ke inkantolo ngalelo langa nge-25 zika January iye yathi ke angizwa kahle bese umnumzana uMngomezulu wathi ngicela ukuyobuza umsolwa ukuthi uthe imalini ebekade bamthembise yona.
Ngamtshela uMngomezulu ngathi 3 million Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, my lord, I had instructed Mr. Mngomezulu and told him that it was 3 million that was offered to me.
And then Mr. Mngomezulu said, thank you. So the point of correction is that you arrived at Pretoria Police Station.
Bese ke umnumzana uMngomezulu wathi ucela ukuphawula la indawo eyukuthi uye wafika kuyo uBrigadier bekade kuse Pretoria Police Station.
It was on a Sunday, a day before he was taken to the dentist.
Bekade kuyisonto ilanga ngaphambi kokuthi ayisiwe kudokotela wamazinyo.
But you came to see him on the 21st.
Wena ufike nge-21.
I believe because it was a Sunday.
Ngiyathemba ngoba kwakade kuyisonto.
That is where you apologized to him.
Kula uye waxolisa kuye.
You requested him to work with you,
Wamcela ukuthi asebenzisane nawe.
to cooperate, and that is when you offered him 3 million.
Esebenzisane nawe bese wena ke kula uye wamtshela ukuthi ungamnika u3 million.
Yebo ngiyezwa Nkosi enkantolo ko angichazela khona kodwa Nkosi enkantolo mina engakusho ngoba ummeli wami ukhona i-police station ngisayikhumbuli kahle ama-police station abengiphazamisa Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, my lord, what I only do not remember it's the name of the police station. However, my defense is here and that is what I do not remember.
You offered him 3 million, okay. Just for the sake of complete, you offered him 3 million as long as he's going to make sure that he is implicating the right people.
Uthi ke ummeli wakho uye wathi kubrigadier uye wamthembisa imali elingana ne3 million ngokuthi nje yena uzawufuneka ukuthi asho abantu akuyibona abathathe indima kuleli cala.
Yebo.
Yes.
So, yes. So the question that I wanted to get from you, or the answer is, this version, was it at Primrose, was it at Pretoria Police Station?
Into umshushisi afuna ukuyazi ukuthi le ndaba le ube ukade use Primrose noma wawukade use Pretoria Police Station.
Kosenkantolo sengikhuluma kabili ngithi mina ngangithe iPolice Station ngisayikhumbula ama Police Station ayangibebe ngiphazamisa ukuthi namhlanje ngikuphi namhlanje ngoba bengifike ebusuku azange ngangena ePolice Station emini.
My Lord, I have mentioned it twice that the police stations, they were confusing me as I do not know which police station was I in, since I never arrived at any police station during the day. I used to arrive at night.
But that is a very important aspect, sir. Why can't you remember the police station?
Kodwa indaba ebaluleke kakhulu leyo. Ungani ungakhumbuli ipolice station?
Ngiyethemba lapha phambi kosenkantolo ngathi lapha ama Police Station ngwazi bengilala yena fela ngikhumbuza ngento ebhalwe ngumhani la ebhalwe ngumhani umuntu oyengenisa ema Police Station.
I believe I have also mentioned it here in court that I never recalled or remembered the names of the police stations. I believe the state is the one that could remind me of what was written by Mukhani on the documents.
And then you were approached regarding this important aspect, and then that was the version that was put before court.
Bese ke wena ummeli uye weza kuwe ngalo lolu daba leli elale mali yiyo into eyikuthi ummeli uye wayetshela inkantolo.
Yebo.
Yes.
So I put it to you that your fact that you have forgotten which police station was it is just mere fabrication, and you're just adjusting your version, sir.
Uthi umshushisi uyakutshela ukuthi le ndaba leyo ukuthi wena ukhohlwe ipolice station indaba ewuziqambela yona.
Kosenkantolo ngiyethemba lapha mina azange ngikhulume ngokuthi ama Police Station alapha ngiyawazi ama Police Station bengihlala kuwo.
I believe I've already testified, my Lord, that I never said I knew any of these police stations which I stayed in.
So mina nami ngasho ukuthi umshushisi ukhuluma iphutha kwakhuluma ukuthi amba mapha phambi kosenkantolo.
And I can then therefore state that the state is also lying.
And then I'm further putting it to you that this exhibit QQ was disclosed to your defense counsel. Hence, it came with the name Pre-Rose date before the dentist.
Uthi uyakutshela futhi nokuthi lobu ufakazi lobo kukhulunywa ngabo oboka QQ ukuthi bekade butsheliwe bubonisiwe nabameli bakho ingakho baye bafika bakhuluma ukuthi ingalelanga usuku ngaphambi kokuthi uyisiwe kudokotela wamazinyo.
Ngiyethemba kosenkantolo nalapha ngicacisile ukuthi uGinindi ufike kimi mina ngizovuka ngakusasa ngihambe ngephi ngizovuka ngihambe bengisapha bengisakhona.
My Lord, I believe I have also testified that Gininda came a day before I would have went to wherever they were taking me to.
So the version that was put to you to the court by your legal representative, Mr. Mgomezule, is not correct.
Manje kusho ukuthi lento ewummeli wakho abekade ayisho la enkantolo akulona iqiniso.
Angishongo kosenkantolo lona iqiniso into esiphambanise ngayo iPolice Station igama lePolice Station ukuthi uNgomezulu akhuluma ngalo iqiniso qala ukuzwa ngawe.
My Lord, I never said it was not correct. The only difference was the police station. And the fact that you are saying it is not correct, it is my first time hearing it from you.
Okay.
Ngoba nalapha ngiqala nje ukudibana nobaba Ramsepe nobaba Mngomezulu ngangalokho ngibatshela njalo ukuthi ama Police Station amagama abo angiwazi ngicela befunela ama Police Station bengihlala kuwo.
And even when I firstly consulted with Mr. Ramusipidi, I had informed him that can they please get me the names of the police stations because I do not know the names of those police stations.
Now you can justify such an omission. Now I should not ask it from Mr. Mngomezulu. Now you can justify it.
Uthi manje wena usuyayilungisa leyo ndaba leyo angasayibuzi umnumzana uMngomezulu njengoba wena sewuyichaza uthi uye wabatshela ukuthi awazi ama police station.
Nalapha makosenkantolo ayikho igama le police station engangasho nje ukuthi ukwi police station so ukwi police station so azange ngakhuluma ngalo nto le.
Even in my evidence, my lord, I never mentioned any police station name.
Exhibit QQ does not show that Gininda ever visited you and he has disputed that. What is your comment?
Kubufakazi lobu buka QQ akukho la kuboniswe ukuthi uGininda weza kuwe. Wena uthini ngalokho?
Kosenkantolo ngithi mina weza ke mkosenkantolo.
I still maintain that he did visit me, my lord.
Now let us proceed.
Asiqhubeke ke.
In both instances, Exhibit HH and Exhibit JJ, the police came up with a version that has already been prepared and forced you to sign.
Manje wena uthi kubo bonke ubufakazi lobu buka HH nobuka JJ uthi amaphoyisa beze nento eseyibhalwe yibona mabaqeda bakuphoqelela ukuthi wena uyisayine.
Ngisacela ngikhumbuze ngalezo zinto lezo zenza ukona ukuphendula iatso kuyona phambi kosenkantolo.
May you please remind me of those exhibits so that I would be able to answer correctly?
Exhibit JJ is a confession that was made before Magistrate Cronje and HH before Colonel Rapado.
Uthi ubufakazi lobu buka JJ iloka kugunyuluka okwayenzwa kumantshi bese lobufakazi buka HH ilobu lokugunyuluka okwayenzwa ku Colonel Rapado.
Kosenkantolo namanje ngisaphinda ngithe mina lezi zinto lezi la angizenzelanga ukuthanda kwami.
My lord, I repeat that these things that were there, I did not do them freely and voluntarily.
Ngangishaya ukuze ngisayine lento ayikho into engangayikhuluma ngomlomo wami kosenkantolo mina ukuthi babebhala ukuthini kwakuthiwani phakathi nganthe angixhumani ngalezi zinto eziba la phambi kosenkantolo.
I have also mentioned that I did not write those documents, neither did I do them on my own free will, and I am not part of those documents.
La phambi kosenkantolo ngishilo nayezo ngathi uma kuyikuthi lento le yakhishwa yimi yabhalwa yimi kufanele kube khona istatement sesiZulu kube khona esabazosifunda ngesilungu nami ngifunde sami sesiZulu.
I have also mentioned even yesterday that if I was doing these things out of my own free will, my lord, I would have written a statement in Zulu, then they would have also written a statement in English.
And to this date, you do not know what is contained in those both confessions, JJ and HH.
Nanamuhla usathi awazi ukuthi kubhalweni kulobu bufakazi bobubini lokuyagunyuluka obwenzwe ku Rapado nalobu obwenzwe ku Cronje, wena uthi awazi ukuthi kubhalweni.
Namanje kosenkantolo ngisasho njalo futhi ayikho into engidibanisa nayo angifuni nakwazi futhi ukuthi yini le.
Even now, my lord, I'm still maintaining that I do not know what was written on those documents, and I do not want to know, since I am not part of those documents.
So the police took documents to court that clearly do not even advance the state case.
Shukuthi amaphoyisa bona bazilethele nje amaphepha la enkantolo ayikuthi lawo maphepha ngeke asize ubushushisi ngalutho. Amaphoyisa balethe amaphepha ubufakazi oyikuthi ngeke busize ubushushisi ngalutho, ngeke busize ngalutho kuleli cala.
Kosenkantolo namanje nalamaphepha agcwele phambi kwamshushisi la mina ayikho into engidibanisa la phambi kwami anginaphepha lekho iphepha engifike nala ngalikhombisa ikosenkantolo.
My lord, even all the documents that are before the state, there is nothing that combines me with those documents, and I did not even bring a single document even before me.
I know nothing about the contents of these documents.
wena awazi lutho ngalento ebhalwe kulama phepha lawayana.
namanje Nkosi enkantolo ngisaphendula ngithi ayikho into engidibanisayo nami Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, my lord, and I am still maintaining that there is nothing that I know and nothing that combines me with those documents.
Now let us move to Exhibit RR.
Uthasiye ke kubufakazi buka RR.
Yebo.
Yes.
Do you recall when you gave your evidence on the 9th of February 2020?
Usakhumbula?
2024, sorry.
Usakhumbula uma uphana ngobufakazi bakho ngomsombuluko?
I think it was last week, Thursday or Friday.
ngolwesine iviki elidlulile.
Yebo ngoba bengikholwa ngummeli wami.
Yes, as my defense was leading me.
Was Mr. Mjiako representing you on the 18th of July 2020?
Umnumzana Mjiyako wayekade ekumele nge-13 July 2020.
Kuphi khona?
Where about?
At Tlhabane Magistrate Court
Uthi enkantolo yakamantshi yaseTlhabane
in Rustenburg.
eRustenburg.
Angisakhumbuli Nkosi enkantolo.
I do not remember, my lord.
But you told this court on the 9th of February 2024 that on the 13th of February 2020, you were in court, you did not go to court, and you did not see Mr. Mjiako.
Kodwa wena uthe nge-18 zika February
1-3,
13
yes.
nge-13 zika February uye enkantolo eTlhabane kodwa awuzange ungene nomnumzana uMjiyakho awuzange umbone.
Nkosi enkantolo ngiyathemba mina la impendulo yami ngizolokhu ngiphendulile. Ngithe Nkosi enkantolo mina angisawakhumbula ama-date la ase-Rustenburg. Okwesibili Nkosi enkantolo bengiye ecourt lapha namalanga la ngangiya ngawo angisawakhumbuli. Okwesibili ngangifika kuvale nange-danger tape lapha ngathi angisakhumbuli ukuthi kahle kahle yiphi date engaya ngayo yiphi date engaya ngangivale nge-danger tape.
Firstly, my lord, I did testify that I do not remember the dates in which I appeared in Thlabane. Secondly, upon my arrival at Thlabane court, it was cordoned off and I do not remember on which dates did I appear in Thlabane.
Mr. Ramos Sipil was very specific. See, 13 July 2020. In your answer, you even said 13 July 2020, I was not taken to court and I did not see Mr. Mjiako.
Umnumzana uRamusipiti ukhulume ngqo ekhuluma ngelanga i-13 July 2020. Wena uma uphendula uthenge i-13 zika July wayiswa enkantolo kodwa awungenanga njengoba uchaza ukuthi kwakade kuvalwe ngama danger tape. Angimbonanga umnumzana uMjiyako.
The date on which the witness said it was coded off with danger tapes, he said it was the 22nd of June 2020.
That's not the assertion. The assertion by Mr. Sibande is that you, Mr. Ramusipili,
Yes.
pertinently elicited that evidence that this witness on the 13th of July 2020, he never appeared in court
Oh.
and he never saw Mjiako.
As the court proceeds.
That's the evidence. It's not me saying that.
Yes. What is your comment?
Wena uthini ngalokho njengoba umshushisi athi umnumzana Ramusipili ukubuze ukuthi nge-13 zika July uye waya enkantolo kodwa wena uthe awuzange umbone umnumzana Mjiyako.
Nkosi enkantolo yebo mina ngizange ngimbona ngithi njengamanje ngiphambi kwenkosi enkantolo. Inkosi enkantolo mayiphuma ngomnyango lapha ummeli uzoza kimi la angitshena ukuthi endoda ngikhona so. Mina uMjiyako ngangimbone ngelokhuza nge-24 futhi ngeke sengibuka umuntu ngihlale ngimbuke emehlweni umuntu ohleli lapha angazange eze ngisho kimi ukuzokhuluma nami ema-police station lapha engangihlala khona.
Yes, my lord. On that particular date of the 13th, I did not see him. As the court is seated here, when the court adjourns, my defense counsel would come to meet into the accused dog. However, on this appearance, Mr. Mjiako never approached me, and I would not even focus on a person that was just sitting there in court.
Njengamanje aphambi kwesenkantolo ke kwathiwa mina ngangimele lo estate. Lo estate azange ngayibona mina ngiyazi na kuyazi na kwamhlaloko.
And as it was mentioned here in court that I had a legal aid attorney, I never even saw that legal aid attorney.
So let me get this right. Did you appear in court or not?
Akuchazela wavela enkantolo noma awuzange uvela.
Ngithe kwesenkantolo mina ngaya nge-13 zika July. Kodwa angisikhumbuli noma ngangena phakathi noma angena ngoba kunamalanga labe ngiya kuvala ngedanger tape amalanga angisawazi kahle kahle.
My lord, I said I did go to court on the 13th of July. However, I do not recall whether I did go inside the courtroom or not, because there are some days when I arrived, the court was cordoned off.
Sir, you were very specific. I'm talking about other days. I'm talking about this particular date. You were very specific in your answer. We can even listen to the record.
Uthi umshushisi wena wawukade uqondile ngempendulo yakho ngaleli langa le 13 July.
The one, the court recording in this court. You can listen there.
What's that?
It seems that the defense would like, or they would like us to listen to the record of the 9th of February 2024.
Yes, let's listen.
Sengathi ummeli ufuna ukuthi kulalelwe ingxoxo esaba nayo
Is the
nge-9
copies.
zika February.
Maybe we can attend for lunch, but in the meantime, we
What
will
time is
listen
it?
to it. It's 10:52.
10:52.
To have the 12:52. So it's 10 minutes to 2 o'clock.
I also want to listen to that. Let's study accused. You want to listen to it alone during the lunchtime?
No, madam.
Oh, I see. I want to listen to it also.
Thank you.
Right?
manje bathi mabebiza exhibit RR nge-13 kaJuly 2020 kubhaliwe laphayana ukuthi ummeli wakho noma umuntu wayekumele kwaku umjiyakho uthini wena lapho
Kosenkantolo ngiyaphindela ngathi 13 July angenanga enkantolo namangiyahamba kweva kimi umshushisi emotweni ezongibheka ukuthi ngaphela ngikhona la wasuka ngibheka wahamba nomhana angenanga phakathi.
My Lord, I repeat that on the 13th of July 2020 I never went inside the court. The prosecutor, I was seated in the vehicle, the prosecutor came to look at me and went back inside the court with Mukhane, my Lord.
Kwamjiyakho la azange ngibone.
I didn't even see Mjiyako.
And what was the reason for you not having been taken into court?
Isizathu sokuthi ungangeniswa noma ungangeni enkantolo sasiyini.
Kwakuyindaba ye-corona mangihamba enkantolo ngifisa violate injunction.
It was because of COVID regulations, my Lord, because when I would go to court and then would find that it's been cordoned off with a tape.
There's an appearance as well of the 17th of August 2020. Appearance for accused number 1, Mr. Mjiyako, in brackets 3.
Is that all you wanted to listen to?
That is it, my Lord, because we were at cross purposes. What was put as an assertion that was said by me, it's not that. Mine was a question and he answered, the witness answered in a specific manner.
Mr. Sibande, what's your impression about it?
I think my question was directed at his answer, not to the question.
Not to the question.
Yes.
Okay, let's continue then.
Yes, sir.
Siyaqhubeka ke ngemva kokuthi sidlaliwe irecord umshushisi uthi yena ubekade ekubuza mayelana nempendulo yakho hayi ngalo mbuzo ummeli akubuze wona.
Yebo Kosenkantolo.
Yes my lord.
What is your comment?
Wena uPaula uthini?
Kosenkantolo bengichazile ukuthi ama-data se-Rustenburg ayangiphazamisa Kosenkantolo.
My lord, I did mention that the Rustenburg dates are giving me a problem or confusing me.
So, I'm going to read to you exhibit RR1.
Utuzokufundela ke into ebhalwe kulobu bufakazi buka RR1.
13 July 2020, proceedings held on 13 July 2020.
Uzofunda lento ebekade yenzakala nge-13 July 2020.
And I'll try to get I want to be very direct. I'll start at the bottom of the first page. It will be on page number 4 as we numbered, my lord, of the record, exhibit RR1. At the bottom where it says prosecutor, case number A171 of 2020, Bongani Ntanzi. As the court pleases your worship, that will be case A711 of 2020, State versus Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi. Can you just interpret?
Uthi ke kuye kwakhuluma umshushisi echaza ke ukuthi i-case number yayekade ku A171.
Your worship, previously Mr. Ntanzi was not before court as he was in isolation.
Esikhathini esidlulile umnumzana Ntanzi wayekade engekho enkantolo ngoba yena wayekade engezanga ekusa lesiyasimo la bekade evalelwe yedwa.
Due to the COVID-19,
njengoba kwakunalo ubhubhane lwe-COVID-19.
he has just been brought this moment together with the case docket.
Ulethwe ngalesi sikhathi nedokodo lalo icala.
Mr. Ntanzi is represented by Mr. Mjiyako, who I believe will also like to address the court, your worship. Thank you.
Umshushisi uqhubeka loyana wase-Rustenburg uyasho ukuthi umnumzana uNtanzi umelwe umnumzana Mjiyako eyikuthi ngiyabona ukuthi ngiyathemba ukuthi angafisa ukukhuluma nenkantolo.
So what is your comment on what I've just quoted now from exhibit RR1?
Wena uthini ngalokho umshushisi aqeda ukucaphuna la kulobo bufakazi buka RR1?
Ngisacela ungiqeqe uthi ngangingekho mina lo.
Uthi umshushi ngalelo langa la umshushisi efunda khona wawukade ukhona
Yebo.
la ukuthi esikhathini esidlulile ngalesikhathi icala lidlehliswa wawungekho
Yeah.
kodwa ngaleli langa
nge-13
wawukade ukhona. Kulaye ukuthi kubhalwe ukuthi icala nali A171 ukuthi bekade kuyicala ebe umshushi umbuso ubhekane nawe Ntanzi la ukuthi uye washo ke umshushisi ukuthi uBongani Ntanzi wayekade engekho esikhathini esidlulile ngoba kwakade kunalolu bhubhane leli lwe-COVID-19 futhi ke ngalesi sikhathi uNtanzi ukhona ulethwe nedokodo be futhi umnumzana Ntanzi yena umelwe umnumzana Mjiyakho ukuthi ngiyathemba ukuthi yena uzimisela ukuthi angahle akhulume nenkantolo.
Nkosi enkantolo ngisacela ukuyiphendula le answer kamshushisi.
My Lord, may I please respond to this assertion by the state?
Nkosi enkantolo eRustenburg mase ngikhumbula kahle nge-13 mangena emnyango kwasukuma umuntu oyiqokele ijazi nefana labameli wakhuluma kwase kusuma omunye wakhuluma kwase kuthiwa mangiphume ngihambe azange nginike uchance nokuphakamisa isandla ukuthi ngikwazi ukuphendula ngisho magistrate akayikho into angibuza yona Nkosi enkantolo.
My Lord, on the 13th I went into the courtroom and a person who was wearing who had robed like the state advocate stood up and addressed the court, and then another person also stood up and addressed the court, and I was instructed to leave the courtroom. I was not even given an opportunity to raise my hand.
Ngoba inkosi enkantolo engiphambi kwayo yangibuza ngabameli la ukuthi ngiyabazi ngavuma ukuthi ngiyabazi so le yaseRustenburg kwenziwa yini ukuthi ngangibuza ukuthi lo mmeli ngiyamazi yini na.
Because this court asked me if I know my defense counsels, and I confirmed. Why was I not asked in Rustenburg if I knew those defense attorneys?
Ingakho ngiphendule ngeanswer ukuthi mina lo Mjiyakho lakaze ngimbona ngavele mangizothi ngena kusukuma abantu ababili bekhuluma ngizothi ubani ummeli la ngoba akekho umuntu engimbuka straight ubani umuntu engikhulumela funa inkosi enkantolo akaze confirm ke ukuthi lo muntu uyamazi yini na.
Because, my Lord, when there's two people standing and addressing the court, which one will I say is my attorney, as I never even saw the Mjiyakho gentleman eye to eye. He never even came to me.
So are you now changing your initial version that now you are inside the courtroom?
Manje usuyaguquka manje usewuthi usewungenile phakathi enkantolo.
Nkosi enkantolo ngiyathemba lapho mangifika ngithanga sawakhumbula amalanga mina ngangena ngangeni ngoba kwesikhathi ngangifika kufaka i-danger tape Nkosi enkantolo.
My Lord, I believe I did mention here in court that there are days when I went in court and some days I could not go in as the court was cordoned off.
Okay, but do you listen to the proceedings of the 9th of February, and what you're explaining today is two different scenarios. Do you agree with me?
Kodwa usanda kulalela angisho laphayana lezi zinto bezikade zikhulunywa nge-9 zika February nalento ekuyisho manje uthi umshushisi izinto ezimbini ezihlukile.
Nkosi enkantolo ngiyathemba mina mawungibuza umbuzo ngiphendula lokho ngibuza khona ngoba nommeli wami wayengilida. Ingakho ngithi nomjiyakho angizange ngembona. Ngeke ukuthi ngasuka umuntu kanosuma ngingazi ukuthi ubani kahle kahle kwenzakalani la bese kuthiwa futhi phuma uhambe same time.
My Lord, I believe when I am being asked a question, I respond to whatever question, as even my defense counsel was leading me, and I responded. So on that particular day, there were two people that stood and spoke, and I do not know who Mjiyakho was.
Ingakho ngithi mina Nkosi enkantolo ngimbona ngoba lapha ngiphambi kwakho Nkosi enkantolo ngibuzile ngabameli la ukuthi uyamazi baba uRamsepelo uyamazi baba uNkozelo ngasukuma ngama kadebe lo waseRustenburg kwenziwa yini ukuthi angangibuzi yena.
Therefore, my Lord, that is why I am saying I do not know him, because before this court, I was asked if I knew Mr. Ramsipidi or Mr. Mngomezulu, and I stood up and confirmed that indeed I know them. Why was I not asked in Rustenburg?
So why did you not explain when counsel was leading you that you saw two people, you did not know how to distinguish between the prosecutor as well as the defense counsel?
Uthi ke umshushisi kungani ungazange uchaze ngalesikhathi ummeli wakho ezebe ekubuza imibuzo ngazo i9 ukuthi mina ngibone abantu abamini abekade bemile, omunye ubekade eme kufana njengomshushisi, omunye umile angazi angimazi naye, manje ngemva kwalokho bathi mina ngihambe. Uthi ungani ungayichazanga leyo ndaba leyo?
Nkosi enkantolo, ngiyathemba ukuthi lento engibuza ngomshushisi kusayita yodwa le ngiphendulayo.
My Lord, I believe what I am being asked by the state, it's still the same which I have answered.
Okay, let's start. On the 13th of July 2020, did you walk into the courtroom?
Uthi umshushisi asiqale phansi. Nge-13 zika July 2020 uye wangena na enkantolo phakathi egumbini lesenkantolo?
Yebo, ngizosho njalo Nkosi enkantolo, ngithi yebo baba, ngishithe amalanga ngisawakhumbula engangena ngawo nengangenanga ngawo.
Yes, my Lord, I would say that I did go inside, as I have previously mentioned that I cannot remember the days in which I went into the courtroom and the days which I did not go into the courtroom.
Do you dispute that Mr. Mjiako was present as well at court?
Wena uyaphika ukuthi umnumzana uMjiyakho wayekade khona enkantolo?
Ukube weza ke Nkosi enkantolo bangitshela ukuthi ngikhona, hayi ngangabe ngithi yebo.
If he would have came to me and informed me that he was present, I would say yes.
No magistrate kube wangibuza ukuthi nguye nommeli wakho lo, ngabe ngithi hayi mhlambe phambi Nkosi enkantolo ngabe ngithi yebo futhi.
And if the magistrate who said on that day would have asked me if that was my defense counsel, I would be answering yes.
Manje akaze ngidibana nalo mbuzo Nkosi enkantolo.
However, I never met such questions, my Lord.
But the record states otherwise, indicates that Mr. Mjiako was present and even addressed the court on the date in question.
Kodwa lamaphepha lawa ayikuthi amaphepha walezinto ezikhulunywe eRustenburg wona abonisa into ehlukile, ngoba lamaphepha abonisa nokuthi umnumzana uMjiyakho waphakama ekhuluma nenkantolo.
Nkosi enkantolo, ngiphinde. Nkosi enkantolo, lapha eRustenburg mangena ngemoto noSatsheni Mhali, ngangahambi ngiyongena ngalo, ngena ngakhona izibosha nje ngibona khona jika ama truck ngala, ngangena ngomnyango lo wawungena lapho, mangena ngiqhamela kuyo magistrate, mangithi ngene eminyango ngisamile la, umuntu ebesukuma ekhuluma efake imask, ngizothi ubani lo muntu efake namadimas ngingambona neface yakhe, ngizothi ubani lo muntu lo Nkosi enkantolo.
My Lord, I would repeat. My Lord, I was not going through the same entrance like all the other suspects or prisoners. I used to go into an entrance that would lead me directly into the courthouse, the courtroom, wherein I would appear just in front of the magistrate. And upon my arrival, there was a person who was wearing a mask with sunglasses, and I did not see who that person was, and that person was speaking. Who would I identify the person as?
Ngoba Nkosi enkantolo kube mhlambe la kubhalwe isikhathe engangena ngaso ngiphuma into ayenzeka ngespeed. Ibizobona nathi kufanele ngiphendule ngale arts engiphendula ngoba namanje ngisame ngaphambi kweNkosi enkantolo nje.
Because my Lord, if on these records time was showing, then the court would be able to see the time which I went into court and exited the court.
This record indicates time that these proceedings started at 10:49 until 11:03. That's when the court was adjourned.
Uthi umshushisi lana kuyabonisa isikhathi ukuthi kuqalwe ngo-10:49 mizuzu eyishaka lolunye eyishumi nanye ngaphambi kwehora lesishumi nane, bese kuthi inkantolo yona ke kuqedwe ngemizuzu emithathu ngemva kwehora lesishumi nane. 10:49 to 11:03, is that what you said, Mr.
Yes, on page
as the court
page
pages?
6.
Yes. uthi ke isikhathi sona leso ekuthi kwakade ku 10 to 11
And Mr. Mjiyako,
isikhathi lesi inkosi enkantolo isikhathi sokuprinta amaphepha lesikhathi sokukhuluma mina ngena lapha phakathi phambi kwenkosi enkantolo.
My Lord, is this the time when the documents were printed, or this is the time when I appeared in court?
this is the time you appeared in court.
Uthi
Between those
isikhathi
times.
lesi ekuthi wena uvele ngaso enkantolo. Shukuthi kwa ngayenzeka ukuthi ungene ngo 10 to 11 waphuma ngo 3 minutes past 11.
Cha ngivumelani naso inkosi enkantolo mina ngangena speed ngaphuma ngespeed lapha inkosi enkantolo.
I dispute that time, my Lord, as I quickly went into court and quickly exited the courtroom.
And the prosecutor said, Your Worship, Mr. Ntanzi, rather Mr. Mjiyako, informed me that he has got an application to make beforehand. And the court said, okay, let us hear.
Uthi ke umshushisi uye wathi inkosi yenkantolo umnumzana Ntanzi cha umnumzana Mjiyako ungitshele ukuthi unesicelo afisa ukusiyenza ngaphambi kokuthi singaqhubeka bese inkantolo yathi asizweke leso sicelo.
And then Mr. Mjiyako said, as the court pleases, and then the court said, just speaking to one of the microphones, please, thank you.
Umnumzana Mjiyako ke wasukuma wathi njengoba inkantolo ingivumela bese umantshi wathi khulumela ngakomunye wemibhobho.
And Mr. Mjiyako said, as the court pleases, Your Worship, the matter we are prepared to apply for bail. However, there are discussions that are still happening with the investigating officer. I have been informed that there are other potential charges that the state is considering putting on my client. However, we are discussing, and such discussion will definitely have an impact on this current matter. As such, we will wish to apply for the matter to be postponed for the first week of August.
Bese ke umnumzana Mjiyako yena uye wathi ngiyabonga njengoba inkosi yenkantolo ingivumela. Inkosi yenkantolo njengoba sisazilungiselela ukufaka isicelo sokukhishwa ngebhayili kodwa silibele siyezwa uma sikhuluma namaphoyisa aphethe lelicala ukuthi kunamanye amacala ukuthi ingathi bazimisela ukuthi bangahle bathwese umsolwa. Kodwa thina njengoba sisakhulumisana nabo thina lokho kungahle kwenze ukuthi lelicala leli esifaka isicelo sakhona kungahle kube nezinto ezijikayo bese thina ke siyacela ke ukuthi icala lihlethiselwe emuva kwiviki lokuqala lika August.
What is your comment?
Wena uthini ngalokho?
Inkosi enkantolo hayi mina ayangikhumbula inkosi enkantolo baba Mjiyako ngitshela ngendaba yebail.
My Lord, I do not remember Mr. Mjiyako informing me with regards to bail.
Angikhumbule serious inkosi enkantolo.
I seriously do not remember.
Is that all?
Iko kodwa lo
Njengoba ngisho inkosi enkantolo ukuthi angikhumbule phela ngangizojabula ngaphela ngamhlamba ngabe ngaphuma ngebail mina.
as I am saying, my Lord, that I do not remember, I was going to be happy. Perhaps I would have been granted bail.
And the court wanted to know which dates. And then Mr. Mjiyako said, any date, first week of August, Your Worship.
Bese umantshi wabuza ukhuluma ngayiphi date. Umnumzana Mjiyako waphendula wathi noma yiphi date evikini lokuqala lika August. Nkosi yenkantolo.
Yebo.
Yes.
You see, even in this address, Mr. Mjiyako even referred you as my client.
Uyabona nakhona la umnumzana Mjiyako uma elibele ekhuluma ukhuluma ethi umuntu ongimele.
And then on page 6, Mr. Mjiyako said any date, first week of August, Your Worship. 3 August, Your Worship.
Umnumzana Mjiyako ke yena wathi noma yiphi date kwiviki lokuqala lika August noma yiphi inkantolo bese umnumzana Mjiyako yena wathi akube yi3 zika August.
Yebo ngiyazwa.
Yes, I hear that.
And then when you go down the page, on page 6, Mr. Mjiyako again said that is correct, Your Worship. And then lastly said he requested to be excused by the court, still on page 6.
bese ke umnumzana Mjiyakho ke yena wathi yebo lokho ngiyakuvuma nkosi yenkantolo bese yena umnumzana Mjiyakho wacela ukuthi angakhululeka enkantolo.
And the matter was postponed to the 3rd of August.
Icala lona lahlethiselwa emuva lihlethiselwa i-3 zika August 2020.
Yebo.
Yes.
Yes. So, what you explained earlier that Mr. Mjiyakho was not present cannot be correct.
Logo owena ukushoyo noma logo okushilo esikhathini esidlulile ukuthi umnumzana Mjiyakho wayekade engekho uthi umshushisi akusilona iqiniso.
Namanje ngiyaphinda Nkosi enkantolo manje lokho ngimile ngalele gama ngathi Nkosi enkantolo mangena la phambi kwakho uzongibuza ukuthi ummeli uyasukuma akhuluma akuchazela ukuthi hayi ummeli ubani njengoba bahlale beza nalawe yena wayengangitshena engakusumanga akhulume magistrate angibuza ukuthi lo muntu lana ngiyavumelana nezinto ayikhulumayo ayikho i-answer angangayibuza u-magistrate ngoba namanje mangakhuluma nenkosi enkantolo ngangibuza sila sithi Ntanzi uyamuza ummeli wakho uthini ngithi yebo ngiyamuza ngiyavuma.
My Lord, I am still repeating that even when I am to appear before this court, the court would ask me, as soon as there is a defense counsel that is standing and claiming to represent me, if is this my defense attorney. And in Rustenburg, I was not asked, as the court did not ask me if I do hear or do I confirm what the defense attorney was saying.
In the proceedings of the 17th of August 2020, Mr. Mjiyakho was not at court.
On what page?
On page 16. 16. 17 August 2020, page 16.
Page 16. We are on page 16. Uthi umshushisi ngalelo langa i-17 zika August umnumzana Mjiyakho wayekade engekho enkantolo.
You were present at court, however, Mr. Mjiyakho was not present.
Uthi wena wawukade ukhona enkantolo kodwa umnumzana Mjiyakho engekho.
Yeah.
And the matter is
Yes.
postponed for attorney.
Icala lahlethiselwa emuva lihlethiselwa ukuthi ummeli wakho azoba khona.
Yebo ngiyas.
Yes, I hear that.
And then there was a typing error. It was supposed to say 20 August 2020. There was an appearance there.
Bese ikuthi ke lana kube kade kwamele ukuthi 20 August 2020.
Previously, Mr. Mjiyakho was not at court.
Esikhathini esidlulile umnumzana Mjiyakho wayekade engekho enkantolo.
And then he appears now on the 20th of August 2020.
Manje ke kulayo ukuthi yena uba khona ke nge-20 zika August 2020.
Somehow, the message should have gotten to him that the matter was postponed on the 20th of August 2020.
Ekuchaza ukuthi kwamele ukuthi umlayezo ufikile kuye umnumzana Mjiyakho ukuthi icala lihlethiselwe emuva lihlethiselwe i-20 zika August 2020.
What is your comment?
Ikhona into ongathanda ukuyiphawula ngalokho?
Ante ngiphawula Nkosi enkantolo manje ngishithi nama-date asekhotha sehlabana ngisawakhumbula.
There is nothing that I would comment on, as I have previously stated that the court dates of Thabani, I do not recall them.
And then the prosecutor, I'll quote from page 22, 20 August 2020. Prosecutors, the court pleases your worship, this will be case A171 of 2020, State versus Bongani Ntanzi.
Uthi ke naku umshushisi uye washo ukuthi ngiyabonga Nkosi enkantolo njengoba ngivumela icala leli cala i-case number yakhona u-A171 2020. icala ekuthi bekade umshushisi ebhekene ubushushisi bubhekene noBongani Ntanzi.
Mr. Ntanzi is represented by Mr. Mjiako, and the matter was remanded for him, your worship, and a possible bail application.
Umnumzana Ntanzi umelwe umnumzana Mjiako ekuthi icala liye lahlethiselwa emuva Nkosi yenkantolo ukuthi bazofaka isicelo sokukhishwa ngebail.
My learned friend, Mr. Mjiako, would like to address the court as the court pleases.
Ummeli uthi yena angacela ukukhuluma nenkantolo.
And the court said, Mr. Mjiako, this is what he has to say on that day.
Inkantolo ke yona yathi mnumzana Mjiako ke wakhuluma lamazwi alandelayo.
As the court pleases, your worship, I apologize this morning for arriving late. Your worship, I have received instruction from Mr. Ntanzi that he wishes to abandon his bail application.
Bese ke umnumzana Mjiako yena waphakama wathi ngiyabonga Nkosi yenkantolo, ngicela ukufisa ngokuthi ngixolise ngokufika ngemva kwesikhathi. Bese mina Nkosi yenkantolo umnumzane Ntanzi ungitshele ukuthi yena ufisa ukuthi ayeke lesicelo sokufaka ibail.
Nkosi yenkantolo.
My lord,
lento ekhulunywa la ngiqala ukizwa ukuthi mina ngathi angifuni ibail nawuthi ngangifunela ibail eRustenburg Nkosi yenkantolo.
what is being mentioned here, it's my first time hearing it, that I did not want bail or there was a possible bail application in Rustenburg, my lord.
Kangaya kanjani Nkosi yenkantolo ibail ngazi ukuthi mangiphuma mhlawumbe ngizobuyela lapha engisebenza khona ngiqhubeka nokusupport abazali bami.
How would I leave an opportunity to be granted bail or apply for bail, whereas I knew that if I were to be granted bail, I would possibly go back to work and maintain my family?
Okunye Nkosi yenkantolo iphi answer ka-magistrate lapha ngibuza khona ukuthi mina ngiyasihoxisa ngempela nesicelo sebail ngoba phela ngibuze nako ukuze ngikwazi ukuphendula why ingavele answer yakhe la.
And my lord, where is the answer which the magistrate asked me on whether am I indeed abandoning bail, because it is also supposed to be on this transcript.
Manje mina Nkosi yenkantolo ngiyaqala lokho ukuzwa nqa ukuthi ngenqaba ibail Nkosi yenkantolo.
And my lord, it's my first time hearing that I refused or I abandoned a bail application.
And then the court went further on to say yes, and Mr. Mjiako said, pending the negotiation with the state on various other matters, your worship.
Uthi inkantolo yona yathi yebo, nani futhi mnumzane Mjiako yena wathi kusakhulunyisanwa phakathi kombuso ngezinye indaba Nkosi yenkantolo.
Nkosi yenkantolo namanje ngiyasho mina uMjiako azange ngaxhumana naye mina.
My lord, I still maintain that I never had contact with Mjiako.
Akazaza yenze lento enziwa ngabameli ukuthi befike imejele kuthiwa bezokhuluma nami bengibonisa amaphepha bengitshene bengibuza into ezazenza ngazange ngixhumane noMjiako.
He has never done what the other defense counsel has been doing to me, coming to prison and consulting with me and showing me some documents. He has never done that.
Ukube mhlambe Nkosi yenkantolo ufikile la washo ukuthi wayethunywa ubani wefamily mhlambe lo wefamily nami ukuthi bengamfanele uzongitshela ngathi lo muntu omletheke mawuthaka azothini.
Perhaps if he would have stated who had sent him from my family, then I would have maybe contacted that family member and asked, who is this particular person and what is this person here to do?
Was he present at court on this date?
Ubekade ekhona kodwa enkantolo ngalelo langa.
Nkosi yenkantolo ngiyathemba ngithemba nama-date angisabakhumbuli Nkosi yenkantolo.
My lord, I believe I have mentioned that I do not remember the dates.
So do you dispute this document when it indicates that he was present at court and even addressed the court?
Kodwa leli phepha uphikisana nalo na uma lona lithi uMjiako wayekade ekhona futhi waphakama ekhuluma nenkantolo?
Nkosi yenkantolo ngisho ukuthi mina uMjiako wayengekho wayekhona. Bengiphendula i-answer mina ukuthi azange ngathi Nkosi yenkantolo mina ngizokuthiwa mina ngithi angifuni ibail. Phela no-magistrate kwafanele angibuze ukuthi iqiniso ukuthi angifuni ibail ngiphakamisa isandla ngithi Nkosi yenkantolo angivumelana nalo nto leyo.
My lord,
ngangizojabula Nkosi yenkantolo ngazi ukuthi ngibuyele emsebenzini futhi. Ngangizojabula kakhulu Nkosi yenkantolo.
My lord, I did not say whether Mr. Mjiako was present or not. I was just responding to the question as I am being asked, and I was actually going to be happy, knowing
Yes.
that when I'm granted bail, I'm going back to work.
Respond to the question, was he present or not present?
Uthi ke umshushisi uphendule umbuzo wakhe. Umjiyakho wayekade ekhona noma wayekade engekho enkantolo.
Nkosi enkantolo angeke ngithi wayekhona angeke ngithi wayengekho ngoba wayengezi kimi noma icala seliphelile inkosi enkantolo mayeguqa uphuma njengoba nawe uphuma ngenkosi enkantolo ngomnyango ubaba uMgomezulu uyeza ke mangitshele noba Busipho ukuthi kusasa sihamba ngayiphi indlela so yena kezanga ke so ngizothi lo muntu ukhona noma akekho.
My Lord, I would not say whether was he present or not because he never approached me, as even when the court adjourned, and like Mr. Ramsipidi and Mr. Mgomezulu would do, coming and approaching me and informing me of the proceedings for the next day. But he never came to me.
And then Mr. Mjiyako further addressed the court as follows. And pending the negotiations with the state on various other matters, Your Worship.
Yena ke umnumzana uMjiyakho washo ke ukuthi inkosi yenkantolo kusanengxoxo ezikhona phakathi komshushisi nathi ngamanye ngezinye indaba.
What is your comment?
Wena uPaul uthini ngalokho?
Nkosi enkantolo namanje mina ngithi lokho kwakhulunywa la angihambisana nakho ngoba kwayena Mjiyakho ayetshena ngubani ukuthi nginecala eRustenburg.
My Lord, I differ with what is being said here. Who had informed Mr. Mjiyakho that I had a matter in Rustenburg?
Ngoba kwalona lele ngiphambi kwalo phambi kwenkosi enkantolo wayetshena ubani anokuthi ngibani wayetshena ukuthi ngiboshiwe ngibani wayemtshenile.
Because even this current matter, my Lord, who had informed him about this current matter?
Yeah, that's where we're getting.
Uthi siyalapho.
And that's precisely the point we're getting to. Who informed him?
Futhi siyakulo lolo daba lokuthi ubekade etshelwe ubani.
Yeah.
Yes.
And there's a person that he calls his client.
Uthi utshelwe yilo muntu ambiza athi umuntu ammele.
Iphutha lo nkosi enkantolo.
That is a lie, my Lord.
The person happens to be with him at.
Maka-
I have no particular interest in the matter except for the fact that I'm an officer of the court and I'm here to follow the proceedings. The state is insinuating to Mr. Ntanzi there that Mr. Mjiyako was called by the person who he calls his client. In the context of what is happening here, it is Mr. Ntanzi who appears to be Mr. Mjiyako's client. Where does the state get that information from?
Yes,
That-
Mr. Sibande. Oh, it's still going on.
I'm done, my lord.
Oh,
Actually, I'm pausing.
Yes, Mrs. Bande.
My Lord, I'm saying exactly what Mr. Mnisi is saying to the accused person. I want to know because here he's even said my client on the proceedings of the 13th of July 2020. So I'm trying to get to that. How?
As it please the court, my lord, I think there is something that the state is missing here, and I feel legally and morally obliged to assist. The purpose of a cross-examination is not to trick a witness. The purpose of a cross-examination is to assist the court to come to a just and equitable finding. It does not help the court for a cross-examiner to trick a witness in order to get into a particular point. This witness has consistently been saying, at no point was Mr. Mjiyako introduced to me by the court. Whether Mr. Mjiyako is saying this is my client or this is not my client, that information did not filter down to this witness. This witness consistently say, I never know Mr. Mjiyako, nor even the court said, Mr. Ntanzi, do you confirm Mr. Mjiyako to be your attorney? So that everything comes from this witness. So to come and say that Mr. Mjiyako says, when he addresses the court, he says, my client tells me this, my client tells me this, it's a different story, my lord.
Yes, Mrs. Bande.
As the court pleases, my Lord, I am going according to the records. as I read the record and then I'm asking questions. That's what I'm merely doing. I'm not trying to trick the witness.
You are not playing tricks with the witness.
No, I'm not doing that.
Mr. Mnisi, he says he's reading the record.
Yes,
Mr. Sebande.
Thank you, my lord. But the state again, as an officer of the court, need to contextualize the answers that are coming from the witness. The witness has consistently been saying, even the court himself, never verified with me whether I am Mr. Mjiako's client. And that is the procedure, my lord. So if then the state says, Mr. Mjiako, when he says that this is my client, without the court having verified that information with this client, it's a gross misrepresentation of fact for the state, therefore, to come up and say the client that Mr. Mjiako was representing is this client, if that information does not come from him. Client and an attorney relationship is based on the relationship of agency and a principal. This is the principal. The principal says, this is my agent, this is my attorney. He comes here and says, I do not know this person. The state keeps on saying, you are this client. Where does he get that information from? Because the principal says, I do not know this person. Otherwise, we're wasting time with this kind of a cross-examination, my lord. From where I'm standing, I am saying the state, if there's a case that he has made, a point that he's made, he'll better have to argue that point at the end of it all.
Yes, Mr. Sebande.
As the court pleases. My lord was trying to elicit information from the witness, and then he was there. He can comment. If he cannot comment, then we'll move on.
Yeah, just proceed. You can argue the point.
Okay, the matter was eventually postponed to the 3rd of August 2020, and then you were not at court. We'll not look at that appearance.
Uthi bese icala lona lahlethiselwa emuva lihlethiselwa i-3 zika August 2020 la ukuthi bokade ungekho enkantolo leyo ngeke sibheke.
Mr. Mjiako also indicated that there were pending negotiations with the state. Do you know anything about that?
Umnumzana Mjiako la uthe kuneyingxoxo ebezikade zikhona phakathi kombuso nani nje ngawe naye uMjiako njengoba uthi bekade ekumele uyazi ukuthi eziphi ingxoxo akhuluma ngazo.
Angizazi kusenkantolo ngikhulumela iphutha futhi.
I do not know, my lord, those negotiations. He is lying.
And the matter was postponed. Okay, Mr. Mjiako confirmed the date, and the matter was postponed to 5 October.
Bese ke umnumzana Mjiako ke wavuma ilanga lelo icala lahlethiselwa i-5 zika October.
And then the proceedings of the 5th of October 2020 are not in this record. It's noted that there's no power as per Exhibit RR.
Lokho bekade kukhulunywa nge-5 zika October akukho la ngenxa yokuthi kubhaliwe ukuthi kwakade kungena gesi ngalelo langa.
And then there was an appearance on the 27th of October 2020.
On which page?
It's on page 27.
Page 27. Kuthiwa ke kuye kwaba nokuthi uvele enkantolo nge-27 zika October 2020.
And then both yourself and Mr. Mjiako were not present in court.
Wena nomnumzana Mjiako nanikade ningekho.
And then there was an appearance as per Exhibit EE in Boksburg Magistrate Court.
Kwaba ke nokuthi nivele ukuya ngobufakazi buka EE nivele eBoksburg enkantolo.
And the record for that particular appearance is EE1.
Ubufakazi buka EE1 bukhona obusetshenzisiwe.
And on I will start on page 2. The court on line 20 indicated that court, thank you, Mr. Mjiako. Do you confirm your appearance on behalf of accused number 2? And Mr. Mjiako said, yes, Your Worship, I do confirm. I apologize for not introducing myself. This morning I introduced myself to a wrong magistrate.
Uthi yena ke ngalelo langa umnumzane Mjiyakho waya ke ku ekhona wayekade ekhona ke enkantolo. Inkantolo yathi mnumzane Mjiyakho uyavuma ukuthi wena umele ummangalelwa. Mnumzane Mjiyakho wathi yebo nkosi yenkantolo ngiyavuma ukuthi ngimele umsolwa. Ngiyaxolisa nokuthi ngingezi kuwe ukuzozazisa ngiye kubantshi okungasi uyena waleli cala.
What is your comment?
Wena uPaula uthini?
Kosenkantolo anti kwakusho yena Mjiyakho ngingasho yena uNtanzi angithi.
My lord, that is what Mjiyakho said, not Ntanzi.
Was Mr. Mjiako present at Boxback on the 27th of October 2020?
Wayekade ekhona eBoxback nge-27 zika October 2020 Mjiyakho.
Kuleli cala esiphambi kwalo njengamanje.
Yes.
Uthi yebo kulo leli cala.
Yebo wayekhona Kosenkantolo.
Yes, my lord, he was present.
Was it still the same person that you saw at Tlhabane Magistrate Court?
Kwakade kuuye lo muntu lobo kade umbone enkantolo yaseTlhabane.
Ngisho Kosenkantolo angikwazi ukuqaphela umuntu mina umuntu mayefaka imake ehlale efaka izibuko ngizombona njani efaka amadimasi ukuthi nguya usuyena.
Unfortunately, my lord, I was not able to recognize the person as he was wearing a mask and sunglasses. How was I going to identify that this is the same person?
And then after that appearance at Boxback Magistrate, we go back to Exhibit RR1.
Ngemva lapho kubuyelwa ke kubufakazi buka RR1.
And I'll read it's on page 32.
Uthi ke uzofunda into
What the prosecutor says, as the court pleases Your Worship, that will case number A171 of 20 on 11 November 2020, Mr. Ntazi is represented by Mr. Mjiyako. The matter was remanded to day for further investigations and case docket. Your Worship, per agreement will request that this matter be remanded until 26 November 2020 for the outcome of the representation which the defense has submitted to the National Director of Public Prosecutions.
Umshushisi ke ngalelo langa uye wasukuma wathi Nkosi yenkantolo ngiyabonga njengoba kuyi-11 zika November namuhla umnumzane Ntanzi yena umelwe umnumzane Mjiyakho icala lihlethiselwe ukuthi kusaphenywa futhi icala kwamele kulethwe nedokodo la ukuthi Nkosi yenkantolo kusaqhubeka ukuthi kunemvumelwano eyenziwe yokuthi icala libuyiselwe emuva ukufikela i-26 zika November 2020 ukuthi sizothola isinqumo esibuya kubaphathi babashushisi.
And continues to read, that is the earliest date we are having, Your Worship, considering that Mr. Ntanzi here will be appearing on 27, and then there was an interruption at Boxback Magistrate. Your Worship, thus would like to first deal with the matter prior to that, his appearance.
Bese ke uye washo ke waqhubeka umshushisi ukuthi umnumzane Ntanzi kunelincala ekuthi uvela ngalo nge-27 bese kunala uye wathikaziseka khona waqhubeka ethi uvela ekuyicala elase Boxback la ukuthi wena ufisa ukuthi uye kulelo cala ngaphambi kokuthi kungaxoxwa leli cala.
And then the court said, okay, Mr. Mjiyako, do you confirm the date? Mr. Mjiyako, I confirm the arrangement, I confirm the date.
Bese inkantolo yabuza ke umantshi wabuza ke umnumzane Mjiyakho ukuthi uyakuvuma lokho uyalivuma naleyo date umnumzane Mjiyakho wasukuma wathi yebo.
On what is on the record as I'm listening. Is he not saying Mr. Ntanzi says? I mean the magistrate, just read what the magistrate says. I'm just listening. Yes, you read it because he
Court, okay, Mr. Mjiyako, do you confirm the date?
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Mjiyako, I confirm the arrangement, I confirm the date.
Okay, fine. Sorry about that.
As
So
the court
it's
pleases, my
instead-
lord.
Mjako, you're fine?
Uthi ke inkantolo yathi umnumzana Mjiyakho uyakuvuma lokho nalelo langa umnumzana Mjiyakho yena wasukuma wathi yebo Nkosi yenkantolo ngiyavuma njengoba sekushiwo futhi ngiyavuma nalelo langa elise liphawuliwe.
What is your comment?
Uphawula uthini ngalokho?
Nkosi yenkantolo mina ayikho into engayiphendula manje ngisazibuza phambi kwakho Nkosi yenkantolo ukuthi lo muntu lo zonke lezi ndlela ehamba wayethunywa ngubani?
My Lord,
Wakwabani?
there is nothing that I can comment on because I am still asking myself, even all these trips when he was going to and fro, who had sent him?
Ngubani wayemtshela ukuthi date esonge yenkantolo bana ngoba lo muntu engafiki kimi Nkosi yenkantolo sizokhuluma?
Who was informing this particular person with regards to the date, because he never came to me and consult with me.
Ngisafuna Nkosi yenkantolo ukwazi namanje.
I would still like to know to date.
And then before we go back to Exhibit RR on Exhibit EE2,
Uthi ngaphambi kokuthi siqhubeke lana usafunda lo bufakazi obunye.
page 1 of Exhibit EE2, paragraph 10. The appearances are as follows. The presiding officer, Mr. Havenga, appear for the state, Mr. G.D. Baloy. The interpreters, Ms. Mabena. Mr. Sibi, accused 1, appears in person. Mr. Mjiyakho is on record for accused number 2. Mr. Ntanzi.
Bese ke kuye kwashiwo ukuthi kumantshi kwakade kubani bese umshushisi kwakade kuBaloyi uToliki kwakade kuMabena umsola wokuqala ubekade ezimele umsola wesibini uNtanzi.
Yebo.
Any
Yes.
comment?
Ikhona into ongayiphawula lapho?
Ayikho into engayiphawula Nkosi yenkantolo.
No comment, my lord.
And then there was an application that was brought by the media houses. I'll not dwell much on that one.
Kuyokwaba nesicelo esafakwa ilabo bamaphepha kodwa umshushisi uthi yena ngeke akhulume ngakho lokho.
And this document confirms that Mr. Mjiyakho was at court in that particular day.
Le ncwadi iyabonisa ukuthi umnumzana Mjiyakho wayekade ekhona futhi enkantolo ngalelo la.
Ilanga lase Boksburg lase Hlabane.
Are you referring to the Boksburg date or the Tlhabane date?
Boksburg, 27 November 2020.
Uthi eBoksburg nge-27 zika November 2020.
Angizange nginqabe phambi Nkosi yenkantolo.
I did not dispute that in court, my lord.
And then now let's go back to Exhibit RR, the proceedings at Tlhabane.
Asiqhubeke sibuyele la eTlhabane.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then the proceeding starts as court accused. Do you confirm that you have terminated the instructions of Mr. And then there was a disturbance there?
Will you please refer me to the
Page
page?
36.
36.
36, yes.
Uthi ke naku kuyaqalwa ke inkantolo iyasho ukuthi umsolwa uyavuma ukuthi wena usewuhoxisile bese lana kuye kwaba nokuthi kuthikaziseke wena.
Sengihoxise ini.
What has the accused terminated?
Instructions to Mr. And then there was a disturbance in the recording.
Kuthiwa usohoxisile inkulumo noma ukuthi umelwe umnumzana bese la akusazwakalanga kahle ukuthi bekade kuthiwa umnumzana bani.
Kwakuyiphi date leyo Nkosi yenkantolo? Ngicela ngikhumbuze ngama date ukuze ngizokukhona ukuphendula inkulumo lami.
May you please refer me to a date so that I would be able to respond?
22nd of January 2021.
Uthi i-date kwakuyi 22 zika January 2021.
Yebo.
Yes.
What can you comment?
Ungaphawula uthini?
Yebo Nkosi yenkantolo ngisakhumbula ukuthi yona nivele date leyo ngatshela ngayo Nkosi yenkantolo ukuthi angimfuni lo muntu lo.
Yes, my lord, I do not remember if is this the particular date when I informed the court that I did not want this particular person.
Yes, from Exhibit RR now, it says, I'm trying to figure out what does it say. Accused appears on digitally recorded. Ms. Chia informs court that accused terminated instructions and wishes to withdraw as an attorney of record.
Kuthiwa ke kubufakazi obunye laphayana kubhaliwe ukuthi umsolwa uthi yena akasakhulumelwi yilo mmeli othize eyikuthi yena uthe lobe kade emkhulumela enkantolo.
Nkosenkantolo khapha ngifuna ukucacisela khona nguye wasiphumela noma uthi yimi engamxoshayo.
My lord, I would like clarity. Is it saying he had terminated his services or I terminated his services, my lord?
From Exhibit RR, let me read Exhibit RR so that it can be interpreted to you, because Exhibit RR1, it just starts with the court now making a remark, but this one, this is what it says.
Uthi uzokufundela le eyikuthi iyasho laphayana ngoba la ivele iqala ngokuthi umantshi useka yakhuluma laphayana ithi.
Ms. Chia informs court that accused terminated instructions and wishes to withdraw as attorney of record.
Umama uTshiya utshela inkantolo ukuthi umsolwa uthi yena akasafuna ukuthi amelwe yilo mmeli.
What is your comment?
Uphawula uthini ngalokho?
Nkosenkantolo ngithi mina yimi engamxosha akasixoshanga yena yimi engamxosha ngaphakamisa isandla ngamxosha mina.
My lord, I am saying I am the one that rose my hand and terminated his services.
Is it a his or a hers?
Uthi yini umuntu wesilisa
No,
noma umuntu
I'm
wesifazane?
asking the person who's reading the record.
Ms. Chia.
Yeah, it's not referring to a man. Are you saying on the record, Miss Chia?
As the
Yes, I
court
said
is-
Ms. Chia.
Because I hear the accused saying he's the one who fired him. So
Manje
it's a miss.
A miss.
Okay.
kukhulunywa ngomuntu wesifazane umama uTshiya.
Yebo nkosenkantolo wasukuma enkantolo wathi uzama ukukhuluma efaka igama lami Jiyaka ngase ngiphakamisa isandla ke ngathi nkosenkantolo ngicela ningixoshele lo mama lo mina.
Yes, my lord, she tried to raise and inform the court with regards to Mr. Mjiako, and I rose my hand and said, can the court please remove this particular woman?
Yes, so now reading from the record, Exhibit RR1, the court started where you left off. Court accused, you confirm that you have terminated the instructions to Mr. and accused, it is so, your worship. Court, so going forward, what are you intending to do?
Bese ke lana kula inkantolo ibekade ikubuza ukuthi uyavuma wena ukuthi usumhoxisile umnumzana bese kwaba nalo kuyakuthikaziseka wena waqhubeka wathi yebo nkosi yenkantolo bese ke inkantolo iyabuza ukuthi manje ukuqhubeka wena uzimisele ukwenza njani uma siqhubeka.
Yebo.
Yes,
Is that what really happened on the day in question?
into eyenzakele ngalelo langa.
Engela ngalela ngaxosha ngalo mama la ngasho ukuthi ngicela benginikeza iloya lapha phambi kwesenkantolo.
Yes, my lord, on the date when I terminated the services of that lady, I did mention that I would request the court to give me an attorney.
And then Exhibit EE3 on page 1. I think line 11. Mr. Mjiako is now appearing for accused 2, but he has now an intention to withdraw on behalf of accused 2, and he has written a letter that we beg leave to hand up.
Bese kubufakazi buka EE3 umnumzana Mjiako kuthiwa yena bese sekamele umsolo wesibini kodwa uzimisele ukuthi ahoxe njengommeli wakamsolo wesibini futhi unencwadi eyikuthi ubekade eyibhalile ecela ukuthi leyo ncwadi yamukelwe yinkantolo.
And then the letter was read in court.
Incwadi leyo iye yafundwa enkantolo.
Kosenkantolo lokho khulunywa ngumshushisi mhlambe ekhuluma kephi court yase Rustenburg ole Bosberg fela ngicacisele umshushisi phambi kosenkantolo ukuze kungezukulahleka.
My lord, can it please be clarified to me which court were we referring to? Is the state referring to the Boksburg court or Rustenburg court?
The Boksburg court, sir.
Uthe enkantolo yase Boksburg.
Yebo ngiyas.
Yes, I hear that.
So, what is your comment on this withdrawal?
When uPaula uthini njengoba yena wayekade ehoxa njengommeli.
Kosenkantolo ngithi mina akazihoxelanga namanje yimi engamxoshanga kosenkantolo uxosha umuntu nokuyihoxela kuhlukene kosenkantolo.
My lord, I am saying he did not withdraw his services. I terminated his services.
My lord, the letter has been read on record. I will not repeat what the letter says. It's been read on record.
Just read it so that we don't have problems about a letter which was not read. Just read it.
Yeah, the letter starts with the letterheads of Mr. Mjiako, Attorneys Inc., the Director of Public Prosecutions, Attention Advocate G. Baloy, per email. I won't place the email on record. Date 3 March 2021. Dear says, R.E. State versus Ntanzi for Sloras case 636 of 10/2014, paragraph 1. We confirm that we act on behalf of Mr. Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi, who is accused number 2 in the above matter. Paragraph 2, immediately after the last court appearance, Mr. Ntanzi withdrew our mandate as his attorneys of record and opted to be represented by Legal Aid Board.
Uthi-ke kunencwadi leyana le ebhaliwe la ikuthi yasho ukuthi ngemva kokuthi icala lihlethiselwe emuva umnumzane Ntanzi yena wathi ke ufisa ukuthi angasasisebenzisi njengabameli bakhe yena wazikhethela ukuthi amelwe abameli abe Legal Aid Board laba abangakhokhelwa.
Kosenkantolo ngiyathemba ngoba angitolekela lo bhodi la le answer le kwakufanele ayicacise ukuthi yimi engimxoshile angathena uzihoxele.
My lord, I believe as it is being interpreted, he should have said that I am the one that terminated his services, not that he is withdrawing.
Ngoba nkosenkantolo ngoNovember eBosberg ngazama ukuphakamisa isandla ngifuna ukutshela inkosenkantolo into enziwa la muntu inkosenkantolo ayizange ngivumele ngisabathenga enzimini so inkosenkantolo ayizange ngivumele eBosberg.
Because my lord, even in Boksburg court, when I tried to inform the court that I have terminated the services and I also tried doing my hands like this, the court did not allow me to do such, man.
Ingakho nze ngathola uchance eRustenburg ukumxosha nje.
And that is when I got a chance in Rustenburg to terminate his services.
We also not been receiving financial instructions from Mr. Ntanzi.
Futhi yaqhubeka ithi bebalibele bangakhokhelwa umnumzane Ntanzi.
Kosenkantolo kusuka qaleni wayekhokhela ubani?
From the beginning, my lord, who paid him?
Ubani wemnika imali ngoba ngiyazi ukuthi uMagogo engakamnika imali yakhe. Angeke uMagogo support ingane zami aphinda support yena ngemali yaMagogo kosenkantolo.
Because I know for sure that my grandmother was not going to give him her money. She wouldn't support my children and also pay the defense counsel.
Paragraph 4, Mr. D.N. Mjiako, who has previously appeared on behalf of Mr. Ntanzi, is no longer with our firm and has joined the Cape Bar as a people advocate.
Futhi ke kuthiwa umnumzana Mjiako DN Mjiako lo bekade ebasebenzela le nkampani yena akasekho nabo yena usekasebenzela eKapa njengo advocate.
Yebo ngiyazwa.
Yes, I hear that.
Paragraph 5, I am mindful of our duty to formally inform the court about these developments and to withdraw as Mr. Ntazi's attorneys of record. However, due to a family bereavement, I am unable to make it to court on Friday, 5 March 2021, and my other colleagues are out of the province.
Futhi ke mina ngiyazi ukuthi bekwamele ngize enkantolo ngizocebisa inkantolo ukuthi asisameli umnumzana Ntanzi njengoba ukuthi yena ubekade esehoxise ukuthi simmele, kodwa ngoba sinesifo ekhaya ngeke ngikwazi ukuthi mina ngifike enkantolo ngolwesihlanu nge5 zika March, futhi nalabo abanye engisebenza nabo baphumile abekho eGoli.
Paragraph 6, may I therefore humbly request your assistance in informing the court on our behalf about these developments and to request that our non-appearance be excused and our withdrawal of attorney's record be confirmed.
Futhi ke mina ngiyafisa ukuthi ungidlulisele umlayezo ukuthi ukungezi kwethu enkantolo kube ukuthi kuyavunyelwa bese isicelo sethu sokuthi thina sihoxiswe njengabameli kuleli cala sivunywe leso sicelo futhi sibekwe nasenkantolo.
Paragraph 7, thanking you in advance for your kind assistance herein.
Bese ke kwi paragraph ye7 kuthiwa ngiyakubonga njengoba ungakangiphenduli
And then
njengoba ngokuthumelela incwadi.
at the bottom of the page, there's a legal practice council number 18209. CIPC registration number 2017/149229/21.
Kubhaliwe ke ukuthi labameli laba bona bebakade beregistariwe futhi ne registration number yabo nayi iyasho njengoba umshushisi ayisho.
And then VAT 4510284914.
Nentela futhi iyabayasho ukuthi bebakade bekhokhela intela nayi inombolo yabo yentela.
And then address 10-18th Street, Melville, Johannesburg.
Ikheli labo nalo lithi 10/8th Street, Melvin, Johannesburg.
And then 2109 Tel.
Nama phone number ke nawo abayawasho
+27114822335.
nawo ama phone number ebawashoyo ukuthi 0114822325.
Email @mjiako.com.
I-email address ke nayo ithi info@mjiako.com.
Website mjiako.com.
Ne website ke iyasho ukuthi mjiako.com.
Directors Dineo Chia, brackets managing director.
Bese ke abaphathi omunye wabo uDineo Chia kuthiwa uyena managing director umphathi ophethe laphayana.
LLB Limpopo.
Yena wafunda ke eLimpopo efundela ezobulungiswa.
Khatiso Mphahlele LLB Vets.
Kuno Khatiso Mphahlele naye wafundela ezobulungiswa eVets.
LLM Labor Law UP.
Wafunda futhi nangomthetho wabasebenzi eUniversity of Pretoria.
Certificate in Labor Dispute Resolution Stellenbosch.
Yena futhi ube naso icertificate esokuxazulula amacala wabasebenzi wasithola eStellenbosch.
Senior Associate Ntokozo Mjiako LLB Vets.
Bese ke ukhona omunye ke uNtokozo Mjiako wathola iLLB laphayana eVets.
PDM Vets.
Futhi wafunda nePDM khona eVets.
Senior Consulting Attorney.
Ummeli omkhulu obekade ekukhulunywa naye.
Melanie Naidu BA Vets.
Umeleni Naidu ekuthi yena wathola iBA eVets.
LLB Vets.
Wafundela futhi nabo ezobulungiswa eVets.
LLM Vets.
Ne LLM wayifundela eVets.
Advanced Diploma in Banking, Bankers
Wathola.
Institute of SA,
wathola futhi ne-diploma eye banking,
Junior Consulting Attorney Faith Hentley, LLB UNISA.
kwakade kunomunye ongaphansi kwabo bonke uFaith Hentley oyikuthi wathola i-DE LLB yakhe e-UNISA.
And then that was page 1, page 2. The letter starts with the Mjiako letterheads, and then it says yours sincerely, and then there's a signature, Mjiako Attorneys Inc., DL Chia.
Bese ke ngala emuva kuyabonakala ukuthi kwasayina yena uDL Chia lo muntu wesifazana.
And then the same details that I placed on record regarding page 1 at the bottom, Legal Practice Council number, CIPC registration number, VAT, address, email is still the same.
Bese nala logo kuyafana nalogo osifunde ngakwi page yokuqala.
If you can comment, 22nd of June 22nd of January 2021. Now we are back at Rustenburg.
Uthi uma ungaphawula sibuyela laphayana kwi 22 zika January eRustenburg.
If you can give the court a comment, Ms. Chia that appeared, or the one who informed the court that the mandate has been terminated, is she still from the same firm as Mr. Mjiako?
Lo mama uChia lo othe bona usuba hoxisile njengabameli bakho uyena lo okukhulunywa ngayo osebenzisana nomJiakho.
Andimazi kosenkantolo.
I do not know her, my lord.
Okay. So now we're done with the document. This question has got nothing to do with that document. So, Sergeant Mohane, who booked you in and out as the occurrence books and confirms the correctness of those entries, that you had no injuries, and you said in your own evidence he was good, he was even concerned, he even asked if you are okay, he even at some stage stopped and said some words in Venek yekelang diamond.
Uthi ke uSergeant Mohane oye wabhala laphayana kule ncwadi yasesiphoyiseni ethi wena ulethwe kahle futhi awulimalanga, lo owena ubukade usho ukuthi akakushayanga futhi kwakade kuumuntu olungile, uye wagcina ekhuluma namazwi ethi yekelani diamond.
Yebo nkosenkantolo wakhuluma amazwi. Nkosenkantolo angeke ndate ubaba uMkhana abhalele ukhuza la nkosenkantolo. Abhala ukuthi ngishayiwe. Angabe ngiqala ngaye state phambi kwamaphoyisa onke lana abopha abantu.
Yes, my lord, he was a good man and he was not going to write that I was assaulted. It would have been the first amongst all the police officers.
Would he not have interfered or intervened if those entries were incorrect?
Yena umnumzana Mohane bengeke na akhulume noma abatshele uma ingabe lento ekuthi ibhaliwe yayikade kungaseyiqiniso.
Akhulume.
Bengeke na uMkhane abatshele laba ababhalayo noma yena uma ebhala bengeke alungise lelo phutha ukuthi cha akusiyiqiniso lo muntu lo ushayiwe, asibhaleni ukuthi lo muntu lo ushayiwe.
Nkosenkantolo ngebhada ngibonanga lapho kubhalwa khona nkosenkantolo.
My lord, unfortunately I did not see even where it was written.
So now in conclusion,
Masesesigoqa,
the police that were involved in this taking down of statements, whether escorts, police at the police stations, Mohane, Kininda, Mkhula, Rapadu, Magistrate Kronje, the magistrate in Rustenburg, they concocted, they acted together in this whole don't know how to put it, this acting together into say whatever that happened to you cannot be documented. I'm not sure if I'm making myself clear.
Manje amaphoyisa uGhani, Mabhena, uGininda, uMogola namanye amaphoyisa laba bekade benlandela emuva nomantshi lo waseRustenburg nomantshi uCronje bebonke bona bebakade bezwana ngento eyodwa yokuthi bangabhali into ebekade ihamba ngendlela.
So perhaps if something can be clarified. Reference has been made about a magistrate who took a statement in Rustenburg. I think that's a slip of the tongue.
No, a magistrate that he appeared before in Rustenburg, that he might not have given him the opportunity to speak.
Uthi ukhuluma ngomantshi lo ovele kuye eRustenburg lo ngakunikanga ithuba lokuthi ukhulume bonke labantu laba
Even Boysbeck.
nase Boksburg nomantshi wase Boksburg bonke labantu bebakade besebenzisana bayenza into eyodwa bangabhali into ebekade ibonakala noma efanele bebakade bebhala.
Nkosi enkantolo ngiyathemba ngizoqala eRustenburg.
My lord, I would start in Rustenburg.
Nkosi enkantolo ngiyathemba iphepha laseRustenburg akukho okubhalwe khona ukuthi umagistrate wangibuza ukuthi Nkosi enkantolo.
I believe on the transcripts in Rustenburg there is nowhere where it states that the magistrate asked me a certain question.
Okunye Nkosi enkantolo into engiyithandayo nguye kade efunda leli phepha laseRustenburg akazange ngitshela umagistrate uthe uNtanzi.
Again, I like it because the state is the one that was reading the document from Rustenburg, and there is nowhere where he says the magistrate said, my apologies, to Ntanzi.
Kube mhlambe bengitshela ukuthi umagistrate wangibuza so ngizomphendula ngearts engcono Nkosi enkantolo ukuthi mhlambe bayiteam or abasiyona iteam.
And if it would have been stated that the magistrate said something to me, then I would be able to respond on whether were they a team or not a team.
Ngibuyele Nkosi enkantolo eBoksburg.
Then I will go to Boksburg.
Boksburg ngile ngelanga lokuqala.
I went on the first day.
Elesibili ngazama ukuphakamisa isandla isicelo sami sangemukeleka.
And on the second day, when I appeared, I tried raising my hand and my request was not accepted.
Ngaya futhi ngai5 kaMarch 2021.
I then went again on the 5th of March 2021
Isicelo sami semukeleka Nkosi enkantolo.
and my request was accepted.
Ngiyema lapho Nkosi enkantolo.
I would stop there, my lord.
So, yeah, on the aspect of the police, all of them, they decided to note no injuries, including the dentist.
Manje namaphoyisa bonke lamaphoyisa nalo dokotela lo bekade ekuhlola amazinyo bonke bavele bakhulumisana ukuthi asibhaleni ukuthi lo muntu akalimalanga.
Ngiyathemba Nkosi enkantolo mangikhumbula kahle into engikhuluma phambi Nkosi enkantolo ngithemba ngisikhumbule ngibuziwa ngokulimala ngibuzwa ehlabana ngokulimala ku doctor oyengicheck amazinyo ngikhumbule ngikhuluma lo nto leyo.
My lord, I believe I have mentioned in court that I do not remember being asked about any injury in Thabane by that particular doctor.
Naye futhi ngikhumbula ngibuza Nkosi enkantolo.
And even himself, I don't remember asking me.
Ngishilo Nkosi enkantolo ukuthi lo muntu lo wayenza lento yamazinyo kuphela ngaphuma ngayihambela.
I did mention that that particular person, he just checked my tooth and I left.
Ngibuyele lapha emaphoyiseni Nkosi enkantolo.
I would then go back to the police officers.
Ukube Nkosi enkantolo kwaqhamuka mhlawumbe iphoyisa le uniform or iphoyisa engalaziye la ngibuza ngokushaba kwami angizoliphendula Nkosi enkantolo.
If, my lord, there was a police officer that was wearing a uniform who had came and asked me about myself being assaulted, I was going to inform them.
Ngebhadi nangephutha Nkosi enkantolo ngangilokhu ngidibane nebandla lona lelo Nkosi enkantolo.
Unfortunately, my lord, I had only met this particular group of police officers.
And in your comment regarding Ms. Cronje, the one that you met at Boksburg on the 24th of June 2020?
Manje wena uphawula uthini ngomantshi uCronje lo ohlangene naye nge-24 zika June 2020?
Nkosi enkantolo kube naye umama lo mlungu wangibuza ngangizomtshela straight Nkosi enkantolo mina.
My lord, even if that white lady had asked me, I was going to tell her straight.
manje ayikho into angibuza yona Nkosi enkantolo.
But there is nothing that she asked me about.
And the interpreter that was there on the 24th of June 2020?
Utoligi lo bekade ekhona nge-24 zika June 2020 yena.
Ngiyethemba Nkosi enkantolo ngishilo naye lapho ukuthi nazange angibuze next yime ngamtshela lokho ngimtshela kwangikucela kuya kuphela angisho ukuthi konke angibuza yona.
I believe I have mentioned in court that there is nothing that she had asked me about. I am the one who had made requests to her.
Now, the way I understand, the prosecutor is talking about a conspiracy. All the police, they were involved in a conspiracy. And even according to what you're saying, even the magistrate and even the interpreter at Boxbeck, they were involved in the conspiracy.
Manje inkantolo ithi into ezwisisayo umshushisi kusho ukuthi yena uthi kuwe bonke labantu laba amaphoyisa umantshi utoliki bonke laba awuhlangene nabo kusho ukuthi bona bayenza imbumba bathi ngontanzi nayi into esizoyisho bakhulume into eyodwa.
Angibazi Nkosi enkantolo mina ngani ngoba kube mhlambe wayengibuza umuntu engangifika kwe ngangizomtshela lokho angibuza khona. Azange ngadibana nombuzo. Amaphoyisa Nkosi enkantolo akaze kufika amaphoyisa kuthiwa angiwazi bengilokhu nje ngihamba namaphoyisa la engiwazi Nkosi enkantolo.
I do not know, my lord, if there was any of them who had asked me a question, then I was going to be able to respond, because the police officers, I had only met these police officers that were in my company.
Thank you, my lord. That concludes the cross-examination from the state.
Uthi uyabonga umshushisi sekaqedile ukukubuza imibuzo.
Any re-examination?
Indeed so, my lord. My lord, I see we left with 10 minutes, but I'm going to extract it for this important point, and then I'll see where it takes us. Then we'll go to tomorrow.
Sir, you want us to adjourn or not?
No, let's
You mustn't
proceed.
complain about time, because
Let's proceed.
you have all the time.
Yes.
If
Let's
you want
go.
us to adjourn, to come back tomorrow, no problem.
No, I want to put this one question.
So you're talking to who now?
So sorry, my lord. I'm talking to the court. I just want to put this
Talking
one
to the
question.
court facing that way.
I'm multitasking, my lord, as the
I
court
see.
faces. I'm going to refer you to Exhibit RR1. I'm not sure whether it's in front of you.
Uthi ummeli siqhubeke ngalo bufakazi buka RR1
Do you have it in front of you?
iyona le RR1.
And I'm going to catch it at the tail end. That is the appearance of the 22nd of January 2021. And the first part has been read into record by the court, which says, accused, do you confirm that you have terminated the instructions of Mr. And it says indistinct. Then accused replies, he says, it is so, your worship. And the
Uthike.
court, let me read it until the fourth, just before the 10th line. And then the court says, so going forward, what are you intending to do? And the accused say, I, and then indistinct services of legal aid attorney and indistinct to assist me because I want to open a case against Mr. Mjiako.
Uthi ke uzoyibamba emsileni la ukuthi kugcinwe kukhulunywa ngelanga le-22 zika January 2021 la ukuthi umantshi uye wathi uyavuma wena ukuthi usuyahoxisa ukusetshenziswa kukamnumzane bese lana akuzange kubhalwe ukuthi umnumzane ubani wena wathi yebo kunjalo Nkosi yenkantolo. Umantshi wabuza ukuthi manje ukuya phambili so uzimisele ukuthi uzoyenza njani, wena waphendula wathi mina bese lana kwangazwakali ukusetshenziswa kwabameli be-legal aid bese kwangazwakali nokuthi wena waqhubeka wathi ukuthi bakusize ngoba ufuna ukuvulela ukufuna ukuvula icala uvulela umnumzana Mjiako.
Yebo Nkosi enkantolo ngakusho.
Yes, my lord, I did say that.
And why did you want to open the case against Mr. Mjiako?
Kungani wawukade ufuna ukuvulela umnumzana Mjiako icala?
Nkosi enkantolo okokuqala nqa. Ubaba Mjiako azange atshene enkantolo ukuthi ngishaye.
My Lord, first and foremost, Mr. Mjiako did not inform the court that I was assaulted.
Okwesibili inkosi enkantolo ngiqambela amanga ukuthi uthunywe ifamily.
Secondly, he was lying that he was sent by my family.
Okwesithathu inkosi enkantolo usuka la ngishiye emaseleni yothe ecourt eRustenburg ngiyagula.
Thirdly, he went to court in Rustenburg and said I was sick.
Okunye inkosi enkantolo awawumphatha kabuhlungu kuye. Wayengeza ukukhuluma nami njengeloya njengamanye amaloya la engiwathole afika ke mazokhuluma nami e-police station ejele.
Again, my Lord, he was not behaving as an attorney coming to consult me as other attorneys have came to consult me in prison.
Njengoba ngangifuna ukwazi nokuthi inkosi enkantolo ubani umuntu kahle kahle amthumile nokuthi mangihamba ngiya court mangihamba ngiya kuphi kuphi kufanele afike ngifuna ukwazi lo muntu loyo amkhombe phambi kwa court ngithi nje ngicela ukumvulela icala inkosi enkantolo.
And I wanted to know who exactly has instructed him to go to all the court appearances where I was, and that is why I had said I wanted to open a case for him, my Lord.
Nanokuthi ubani lo muntu wayembhadala inkosi enkantolo.
And also find out who was paying him.
And now we go to line 24, same page, page 1 of the proceedings of the 22nd of January 2021. And the court in reply to that, it says, Mr. Ntanzi, the court has heard you that you want to apply for legal aid and also that you want to give instructions for other things. So this matter today is transferred to the regional court for you to be appearing there, and you will make an application for legal aid and you will instruct an attorney for legal aid, whatever you are dissatisfied about. So your matter is now transferred to the regional court in Tlhabane. You will appear on the 2nd of February 2021. You will remain in custody for now. There is no bail.
Bese ke inkantolo yona yaqhubeka yathi Mnumzane Ntanzi, inkantolo iyezwa ukuthi wena uthi ufaka isicelo sokumelwa abameli abangakhokhelwa be-legal aid, bese ke ufuna ukuthi ubatshele izinto ezithize, bese ke okwanamhlanje icala lihlehliselwa enkantolo eyaseTlhabane e-regional court la ukuthi wena uzoya uyovela khona bese uyofaka leso sicelo sokuthi umelwe abameli be-legal aid, bese uyaba tshela ke ukuthi wena ufuna ukubatshela ini izinto ezingakwenelisi. Leli cala ke lona lihlehliselwa khona enkantolo yaseTlhabane, wena uzobuya nge-2 zika February 2021 uzohlala usaboshiwe ngoba awunayo ibail.
Yebo nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, my Lord, it is correct.
And then your response is, yes, Your Worship, yes, indistinct, my children, indistinct, thank you. And the court goes on, you give further instructions to legal aid, thank you. Then the matter is postponed to the 2nd of February 2021.
Bese ke wena waphendula wathi yebo nkosi yenkantolo, yebo, bese kwaba nento engazwakali lana, wathi ingane zami, bese kwaba nento engazwakali, wabonga, bese inkantolo yona yathi usozo chazisela laba abe-legal aid uma ufika kubona inkantolo, bese ngalelo langa yahlethisela icala emuva ihlethisela i-2 zika February 2021.
Now, just for clarification purpose, do you recall what you said? Because it says here indistinct, but something about your children. Do you recall what you addressed the court on about your children?
Usakhumbula ukuthi lana wawukade utheni labo uthi yebo nkosi yenkantolo yebo, bese akuzwakalanga lana ukuthi wawuthini, kodwa wakade ukhuluma ngeingane zakho. Usakhumbula ukuthi wawuthini?
Angisakhumbula kahle nkosi enkantolo ngoba kube mhlambe kubhaliwe kuvele konke ngizokhumbula mangijana.
I do not recall, my Lord. If it was written, then I would be able to elaborate.
Ngoba into mina ngangilokho ngikhala ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo eRustenburg, ngangikhala ngenhlamvu nkosi enkantolo ngicela ukuzibona ngoba eRustenburg isikhathi esiningi ingane beyifika izongivakashela ukuthi inhlamvu zayifunana endlini, mina ngihlala nomuntu iyangimangaza namanje lento lena ukuthi zazibeke obani babevule ngani futhi nakhona endlini yami nje Ngiyafuna ukwazi nalapho Nkosi enkantolo.
Because, my Lord, in Rustenburg, I wanted to know about the ammunition, on how did the ammunition get to my house and who opened for them, and how was it possible that I had ammunition in my house and the children were visiting me. So I wanted answers, my Lord.
As the court pleases, my Lord, we are at the end of the day. Should we take a long adjournment until tomorrow?
Okay. You adjourn until tomorrow?
As the court pleases, my
So
Lord.
we are kusasa